네, 안녕하십니까 여러분.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to begin the marine bio session from now on. I would like to ask all the participants to come inside and take a seat. So, welcome to the 19th World Ocean Forum 2025 Marine Bio session. We are going to begin very soon, and we have on-site speakers and overseas presenters online. So this is being held as a hybrid forum. And we are currently broadcasting live on both the Korean and English channels via the official website and YouTube channels. In particular, if you visit our website, you can access the presentation materials and participate in real-time Q&A through comments. And interpretation channel number 3 is for Korean and channel number 4 is for English.
Korean and 4 for English. 네, 그러면 해양 바이오
From now on, we are going to begin the marine bio session. The theme of the session is climate change and the age of marine biotechnology. Climate change is an important issue. In particular, now the balance of a marine ecosystem is being disrupted, which has a significant impact on marine biological resources, which makes this session all the more meaningful. And now we are witnessing the increased appearance of migratory fish species and mixed seaweed types, and many other serious issues. And in this session, we will discuss the changes in marine and coastal ecosystems and strategies for marine ecosystem conservation, as well as sustainable approaches to utilizing marine biodiversity. We are going to explore directions for these measures together. And now we are going to introduce the moderator of the Marine Bio session. Let me invite Professor Hyun-woo Kim from Bugyeong National University. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning, my name is Hyun-woo Kim. I would like to express my gratitude to the many distinguished scholars, experts, and participants who have taken the time to join us today. Above all, this forum is about climate change and its impact on marine biodiversity, and we are going to also discuss strategies for marine ecosystem conservation, as well as sustainable approaches to utilizing marine biodiversity. And the first speaker is Dr. Hari Enko Irianto, head of the Marine Bioproduct Research Group at Indonesia's National Research and Innovation Agency.
지속 가능한
So he'll be talking about the sustainable seaweed cultivation and utilization for achieving Indonesia's blue economy.
이리안토. 하리에코 이리안토.
Professor Hari Eko Irianto is a research professor at the Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency, specializing in seafood post-processing technology, marine biotechnology, and food product development. He is currently advancing research on marine-based functional foods and bioproducts, bridging fundamental science with industrial application to support sustainable innovation. Please go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee for the World Ocean Forum for inviting me as one of the invited speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of my presentation is Sustainable Seaweed Farming and Utilization for Supporting the Blue Economy Achievement in Indonesia. I will start my presentation with the statement of our president. Actually, he gave serious attention relating to the seaweed development in Indonesia, because so far we export mostly in dried seaweed, and he would like to us to float more on downstreaming activities, like what I'm going to present here. And I would like also, because now Indonesia also introduced the blue economy, and me as a researcher, we try to relate what I'm doing at the moment, seaweed, with the priority activities of the government of Indonesia, like blue economy. First, I would like to show you about the fact that we have the big potential, large potential for developing aquaculture, particularly like this one I show you here, brackish water and marine aquaculture, because this aquaculture activities can use of seaweed as one of the commodity to develop. And this one, I think, this good information. Actually, we have so many species of seaweed. According to the last information, there are around 903 seaweed we have here. Marine resources contribute significantly in Indonesia's national economic, not only tourism, also marine transport trade, but also fisheries and aquaculture contribute significant contribution in national economic. Also contribute to the food, also livelihood, particularly for those living in coastal area. There's the fact about the position of Indonesia related to the seaweed. As we know, Indonesia is the second largest seaweed production in the world after China. China is the first. We are the largest producer for Eoshima cotonii, Capaficus alvarezi, and I think actually it's not a good one, even though our export value is relatively high, but mostly from the dried seaweed, not the processed one. Actually, we like this one, Caracenan, agar to be exported, but now mostly as the dried seaweed. That's why in here we are the largest for dried seaweed exported. I think that's not really good for us. For agar, we are the 7th largest exporters, and for Caracan, the 6th in the world. I just want to show here how important our dried seaweed. This one, we export to China, because the seaweed industry supply chain in China, I think more 90% seaweed, dried seaweed, Capaficus alvarezi, supply the demand of the seaweed required for Caracan industry in China. You can imagine if we stop the export, probably the Caracan industry in China will collapse. And also if China doesn't want to buy our seaweed, it will make our seaweed farming in Indonesia also got the problem. Jadi my team developed the iceberg model. What actually happened with the seaweed industry in Indonesia, seaweed farming. This one the really problem. Seaweed price fluctuation. Sometimes it's quite high, sometimes it's quite low. This one. Probably it can be solved if we can develop seaweed processing industry in Indonesia, not only export as raw material, like dried seaweed, as I mentioned before. This one, our seaweed, we can harvest from the nature, also the cultivated one. This one, we have mariculture, but not all this seaweed is already developed for the seaweed culture, but only few like Capivicus alvarezi is developed already. And pond culture, mostly for grass area, but now we just develop for Kalpa. I think the developer already for the industry, Capivicus alvarezi and gracilaria. And for like Hymenea, we starting developing the cultural activities. This brown seaweed, I think we have a sargassum, I think mostly, but still harvested from the nature. This one I would like to show you the potential area for seaweed farming in Indonesia. Actually, we have it starting from the west part of Indonesia until the east part. Actually, all of area Indonesia have potential to develop seaweed farming. And the most productive farm in South Sulawesi. Until now, we just use this seaweed farming potential only less than 20%. It will still have big opportunity to increase our seaweed production. We have five top central sea production. There's South Sulawesi, we have South Sulawesi. We have East Nusa Tenggara. We have North Kalimantan, West Nusa Tenggara, and East Java. To support the development of seaweed farming in Indonesia, our government also established some seedling farm area in Indonesia, starting from the west until the east. We hope that when the seaweed farming develop, we do not have problem with the seed. That's what we hope. As I mentioned before, about seaweed that some already developed well for the farming. The first one, Echuma cotonii or Capivicus alvarezi. This cultivation in the sea and cultivation in the pond for gracilaria, for producing alga. And we just develop here for Kalpa. This is the method we use in Indonesia, the long line method, verticulture method. off-bottom method, back method, rough method. We also have off-bottom method for grass area and long line method as well for grass area. Here the structure of the seed farming developed in Indonesia. I think also somewhere in the world, like long line method. There's horticulture. This one is quite effective. If we compare with long line, it will be they use this actually the rope, and this one also rope, but this one only culture at the surface, only the surface. But for this one, we get more seaweed to the bottom here. Yes. Of bottom method, floating rough method. This one for the verticulture, this one is just the float, and we just introduce, as we can see here, it's more effective because we can get more seaweed with the same area when we culture using like long line or rough method. This one we get more seaweed. For long line, we just have only in the surface. We have introduced this method in Southeast Sulawesi. This one, seaweed. And then should be more effective. Of bottom method, this one is like for gracilaria. It's long line one. I think normally after taken harvest every 40 days, actually take a cut, and then we put again in the sea, and then 40 days later we harvest again without any using fertilizers or something like that. And this is very good for livelihood activities in coastal area. This was the back method. We use nylon, some like this, something it was. This to protect the seaweed from predator like fish, because some area there are predators. This was the back method. Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries now developing the model of seaweed farming in Wakatobi, where in one place they provide facilities for upstream activities like tissue culture laboratory, shutter garden, on-farm activities with cultivation, and also for downstreaming, like seaweed warehouse, drying facilities, and also alkali treated cottony factory. We invite the private company to join this model. I think still under observation, but this one to see the successful level. That's the important thing. Women involved actively in seaweed culture everywhere. Not only in South Sulawesi, West Nusa Tenggara, where we have seaweed culture activity, normally women involved there. I think why seaweed is important for solving the climate change problem, because seaweed, rapid growth, as I mentioned, every 40 days we can harvest. Well, we don't need any agricultural input like fertilizer, I mentioned before, and carbon culture. I think that led to the climate change problem, reduce greenhouse. This is very important thing about carbon sink potential and the carbon storage in the sea. Like this one, this is mentioned by Fakali. Seaweed can store 173 teragram of carbon per year on average. This one, the culture activity, they can absorb through photosynthesis, and when the seaweed starts, like this one, and then it will sink, and probably we can have the carbon storage here. I think the role of the seaweed in climate change problem can be significant in the future. Okay. I think despite the conventional utilization for seaweed, I think most of us get familiar, like for agar production, we have the traditional agar product where we can find in West Java, this one, agar seed, the product like this one. This is the traditional processing. And we have agar stick, like this one, and agar strip. I think for the agar powder is the normally produced by the industry one. And Karakenan seed also, actually this one developed by my team, Karakenan seed. I think this was the industry one. There's alginat, sargassum. There's for alginat. At the moment we harvest sargassum from the nature. We have a culture for this one. I think based on our research activity, we try to develop the map like this one, biorefinery of Cavapos Alfarisi. We can produce like fertilizer, pigment, chemical like ethanol, fuel, biogas, kerajinan, lipid, bioactive component, of course. This one, I think most of us quite familiar with the bioactivity of the extract of seaweed. This one, some seaweed that's already explored by my team. There's some product, avocated supplement, ulfa biscuit, yogurt with alginat, which can be classified as functional food. This one, some product that some under research, and some already got the technology, like Baktuaga. Now we still under research for this one. Nori analog, because we don't have seaweed specifically for nori, where we develop synthetic nori analog from Gracilaria. So we develop seaweed rice analog, where we put some seaweed in here. Seaweed salt, this sargassum tea. Yeah, we develop tea from sargassum. This one are the products with do research on bioplastic edible film, bioplastic pellet. This one bioplastic film. What else? This cosmetic air freshener. From Kolpa, we developed some product like plant-based meat, Kolpa sauce, Kolpa candy, Kolpa noodles, Kolpa crepes. This one, the Kolpa. They have like what we call crepe. We also developed the fertilizer from seaweed processing waste for this one. Actually, for this one already, we collaborate with one of the industry to produce this fertilizer. This one the solid one, this one the liquid one. The last part of my presentation is I would like to talk a little bit about the blue economy. As I mentioned before, that seaweed is have significant contribution to the welfare of coastal community, and also for the sorry. Job creation, this one also income, particularly for those living in coastal area. This can reduce the poverty and enhance livelihood in Indonesia. Right. Here we have already the roadmap in this blue economy roadmap. And this one, they define the blue economy as approach to promoting sustainable marine management and the conservation of marine and coastal resources and their ecosystem to generate economic growth through community engagement, resources efficiency, minimizing waste, multiple income. We hope like this one. Yeah. This one, according to the strategic plan until 2045, we hope that we will can achieve the sustainable marine economy in the future Indonesia. How to measure the success of the implementing blue economy, particularly related to the seaweed. By this one. This what actually from my project, this one, with the Japanese, we will assess the LCA, life cycle assessment, to see the success of the blue economy. This was the research framework with we are doing at the moment. And this one, what I said before, actually I just start the project with the University of Tsukuba, promoting the blue economy by utilizing seaweed resources. We would like to develop the model of the research where we can measure the success of the we call the technology with the float, with by considering the blue economy developed by our government, Indonesia government. This one actually we just divide the project into 4 groups. In Indonesia, we invite some university to join the these activities. I think this conclusion, I think I hope that our audience can understand what actually we are doing about seaweed related to the blue economy. We hope that we can contribute to our government, particularly developing the policy of the blue economy by contributing the result of our research activities. The future of the blue economy is green. Even the blue actually is green, and it is begin with seaweed. Thank you.
예, thank you so much. 예, 하리
Thank you, Dr. Hari and Irianto, for your insightful presentation. Due to a time constraint, let me remind the speakers to keep time for your presentation. Next, we will have a presentation by Mr. Hiteju, a researcher at the National Institute of Fisheries Science, on the topic of monitoring of the marine ecosystem changes around Korea in response to climate change. Mr. Ju currently works in the Climate Change Research Division at the National Institute of Fisheries Science, where for the past 7 years he has been engaged in monitoring marine ecosystems around Korea and conducting marine environmental monitoring using satellite data. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
네, 만나 뵙게 돼서
It's a great pleasure to meet you. As introduced, my name is Hiteju. I'm a researcher at the National Institute of Fisheries Science. So I was invited as a speaker to this forum, and it was a great honor because I was born and raised in Busan, and I'm currently working in Busan. And Busan is hosting this meaningful World Ocean Forum, and I became a speaker with this specific topic, and that brought a lot of honor and glory to me. And let me start my presentation, and this is a general idea how we are monitoring the Korean waters these days and the impact of climate change on the marine ecosystem today. And last year, you remember that we had a hot weather, and even the NOAA in the US said that we had a record high temperature last year on the planet. And we can see the 2 to 3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature. And with this temperature increase, there are multiple impacts on marine ecosystems. And for land species, with a 2 degrees Celsius increase, and it leads to 20% of losses of the species. And what about the marine species? And it also leads to 20 to 25% losses of the species. So it is not only about increasing temperature on the sea surface. It involves various chain action in the ecosystem. And water temperature is similar to our air temperature. When we have a 1 degrees Celsius increase in water temperature, it is similar to 10 degrees Celsius increase in the air temperature, which changes the habitat changes. In the north and in the south, the species have shifted toward somewhere cooler. And many species which were caught in the south are now shifted to the east and west sea in Korea. And many people say that climate change can be handled by humankind. We can make it worse and we can make it better. However, it is very hard to deal with because we cannot monitor everything happening in the ocean, which poses a huge uncertainty. And how can we improve our monitoring so that we can collect more valuable information and we can successfully monitor and control the changes. And we thought about how to do it, and we are conducting 3 methods for climate change monitoring. And the first one is field work, and which is the most important part. From the 1960s, we have set up 201 points for survey for 6 rounds a year. So we use the boat and we collect samples of the marine species for analysis. And this kind of effect of climate change generates a reaction in the ecosystem in the ocean. We have a more smaller species now, and the food web is entirely changed. And now the unexpected species are more dominant compared to the past. So let me talk about this one by one. Based on our observation, as you saw in the papers, in Korea's water temperature change is twice faster than other countries' waters. And we have data for that. And when we compare it to the 1968, the water temperature is increasing drastically, the most drastically in the East Sea. And depending on the water depth, we have different layers. And based on the layer, the mid layer is becoming cooler rather than becoming warmer. So we have a difference between layers, and the gap is becoming wider. So in the ocean, mixing activity is important. However, the mixing is becoming weaker and weaker because of the temperature changes. And now we have a less mixed layer, and in the East Sea, we have less deep sea area. That's why it is leading to the acidification of the ocean. And that is the reality of the Korean waters today. And I talked about our observation, and we have found various factors, and this is one of them. As I said in the beginning, I said that we have more smaller species now. And this is the process of having more smaller species. And I looked at the variation between the West Sea and the East Sea. And in the waters where the smaller species are dominant, the position of the mackerel has become higher. And this is not a good thing, because when we have a disruption in the food web, the energy efficiency is disrupted as well. And we need more basic species, the fundamental species for a better food web. And now we have less basic resources, and the species in the higher position will have difficulties as well. So as an observer, I believe that Korea is in this process. And our second method is a satellite, and we are relying on satellite data heavily. And this is the building of my organization. And you see 3 balls on the roof where we have the satellite device inside. And Korea sometimes has a typhoon, and we have this shape to protect them from these typhoons, and we collect and handle data inside. And still, the observation is hard. We have to take a boat, and human beings should be dispatched. However, satellite data collection is relatively easier because we can collect the data around the Korean waters. However, analysis of such data is very hard. Still, we can do a better interpretation of this data with our efforts, and we can collect more information from that. And we have used the satellite device from the 1990s, and and since then we have seen about 0.02 degrees Celsius increase. However, recently it has become 0.07 degrees Celsius increase. So the change is much faster and drastic. But we have to observe ocean heat waves, which is hard to observe. So we have monitored this through satellite device, and all the waters the heat waves are increasing. However, it is the most serious in the northern part of the East Sea. And in the winter, in the winter and spring and fall, we have more heat waves compared to the past, compared to the summer. So the previously cooler areas are suffering from more heat waves today. So I was curious. Busan used to have apples grown here. However, now the location of harvest of apple has changed. So I believe that the climate velocity is about 50 kilometers per decade, and for 20 years it is 100 kilometers. So previously, Busan temperature is now around Pohang or Ulsan area. So we talked about water temperature increase. We have a wider gap between the surface area and the mid-layer because of less mixing activities. And inside the ocean, we have nutrients. And the phytoplankton requires elements for production, and it is generally decreasing in the Korean waters as well, and it has an impact on the marine ecosystem as well. And the production of our phytoplankton in the Korean waters was monitored, and the plant is the primary producer, and the animals are the secondary producer. And the same goes for the ocean. The fish is the primary producer in the ocean. And for the 20 years, the production capacity has decreased, and we have more and more small species. And I calculated this before coming here, and for the past two decades, we have seen 10% decrease in the production capacity. And why is this all happening? Because of climate change. As you see, so you see the green line having ups and downs. And this is about the growth cycle of phytoplankton in the Korean waters. And in the winter, we have a more nutrient input, and we need light. However, in the winter, we have less light, which hinders the growth. But it has more nutrients, which can be utilized in spring with more light, and the growth peaks, and the nutrients are depleted. And without a proper nutrient input later, the growth goes down. And in the summer, when it is the hottest, there is no nutrient and the water is too hot, and so the growth is stagnant. But in the fall, we have a wind, and the mixing becomes more active, and we will have a more nutrient input, which results in better growth. And this was the previous cycle. However, now that we have a hotter water temperature, the mixing strength in between the summer and fall is weaker, which results in the less production capacity. And most of the production losses was witnessed in between July and December, and it was not that serious between January and June. Then how can we distinguish biomass in this environment? So I used artificial intelligence so that I can detect the smaller species of phytoplankton. And now it is shifting to the northern part from the East Sea. Of course, the change is slower than the water temperature increase. However, still, we could clearly see the shift of the marine species. Still, there are many uncertainties. That is why we are additionally using a model. And in my research division, we have a WOF model, and we use different models combined, and we look at the physical conditions of the Korean waters, and Atlantis and MPG model, which are ecological models. We use them as well to see the changes of the ecosystem changes and the marine species changes. And this is the prediction of the water temperature up to 2100. And every year, the temperature will increase by 0.04 degrees Celsius. And if we hit 2100, the water temperature will be over 21 degrees Celsius. And we can enjoy more swimming in the ocean, but that's not always a good thing. And I talked about the food web between species, and we have different patterns for species. So we use a predictive model for phytoplankton. And in the spring, they have changed the patterns, and which has an impact on the blooming of zooplankton as well. So it depends on the location and the region. However, when the blooming of the phytoplankton is advanced, the same will happen to zooplankton. And I had a closer look at the production. And I believe that you love fish. And in the ocean, we need to catch fish consistently so that we can consume fish as we do today. So we looked at the potential fisheries production in the Korean waters, and it is about 700,000 tons, and this is the amount of how much we catch these days. However, we have more of them, even though it is not feasible, but the potential fisheries production capacity is similar to the current catch level. And why is this important? We have studied the fisheries catch from the 1970s. And with the industrial development and the aquaculture technology development, the catch has gone up to the 1980s. However, we have seen a constant decline from the mid-1980s. It was over 1.8 million ton in the 1980s. However, it is declining, so we have to think about how we can maintain the current level of catches at least. And this is one of the scenarios related to climate change we have. We have mackerel and abalone, and these are major species, and we can see the habitats will decrease, and maybe around the 2100 they might not be caught any longer in the Korean waters. So that's why we have to monitor and manage and control the marine ecosystem tightly from now on. So it was it was explanation without organization. I'm sorry about that, but we need further research on this. We have to use our three methods more so that we can have a more comprehensive monitoring. That's how we can control climate change properly. And this is the last slide I have prepared. And I asked ChatGPT to give me an image of beyond the wave of uncertainty. And the boat is named Hope Explorer. And we can go beyond a wave of uncertainty through proper methods. Thank you very much.
주태 박사님 아주 좋은 말씀.
Thank you, Dr. Ju, for your remarks. And next, we will have Professor Sang-Yul Park of Jeju National University presenting on the topic Response of Marine Ecosystem to Climate Change. Professor Sang-Yul Park serves as Vice President of the Korean Society of Environmental Biology and as a council member of the Korean Society for Psychology. He has been actively involved in the R&D projects launched in 2025, including development of subtropical marine environment adaptation scenarios, countermeasures and utilization systems, and the Korean-US joint R&D for seaweed biomass production system technology. Professor. Hello, I am Park Sang-yul of Jeju University. So for about 20 years, I have been doing researches on marine ecosystem, especially the plants, the marine plants. So today I would like to share what I have observed in the past 20 years in Jeju Island. So this is the order of the contents. First of all, I would like to tell you about the driving forces in Jeju Island and also the dynamics of subtidal and intertidal ecosystems. So as you well know, 30 or 40% of the marine species in the Korean Peninsula are in Jeju Island, and especially at the south side of Jeju is subtropical, and the north side of Jeju Island is warm temperature zone. So actually, Jeju is almost a tropical area, so the temperature has gone up, and also through multiple promotions, Jeju Island is being protected. So what is the biggest problem in Jeju Island? That probably is climate change. So the temperature has risen about 1.4 degrees Celsius since about the last 80 years. And also the seawater surface temperature has risen by 1.2 degrees Celsius, and the seawater turbidity is now 0.57 higher than 1968. And also the sea level is rising 6.1 millimeters per year. It doesn't sound much, but actually it means that things that we used to see back in 1970s are no longer seen because they are now subsea at the moment. And also another frequent observation is that typhoons are occurring more frequently, and the typhoons are getting larger. And also, even if it's a mid-sized typhoon, the thing is that they are moving about at a slower speed. It means that these smaller typhoons are lingering on the above the peninsula and the island for a longer time. And in 2015, there was a typhoon in May. And since then, once in 10 years, a big typhoon will strike Jeju Island. And you could see that after 2010, we are seeing these large typhoons almost every year, what we used to observe once every 10 years. And also, as you can see on the bottom, so this is, you could see the difference of the subsea situation before and after typhoon. So these are what happened when the Typhoon Bolaven happened in 2012, and Doguri in 2014, and Kanthu in 2021. And you could see that a lot of seaweeds are seen on the coastal sites. And also soft coral and Eclonia cava can be observed in different places now. And in case of Eclonia cava, they were most predominant in the sub 10 to 15 meters areas, but now the Eclonia cavas are most frequently seen in 5 to 10 meters subsea now. So you could see that their habitats are moving. And it's the same for soft coral. You could see that they are now most frequently seen in the 15 and 20. So what it means is that where Eclonia cava used to live, the habitat is now being overtaken by soft coral. And also among the soft corals, the Alveopora jacophonia are increasing in all areas. So in the past 20 years, I was able to observe that a lot of Alveopora japonica have expanded and increased. And also we are seeing a heavy eutrophication in Jeju Island. There's a lot of aqua farms in Jeju Island. And also there's a lot of effluence from fish farms, and also about 0.8 billion tons of submarine groundwater discharge is observed. And also a lot of sewage outfalls are being discharged from sewage treatment plants. And very highly concentrated sewage outfall. About 0.7 billion tons of sewage outfall is being discharged, especially during the summer period and also the holidays period. So with the rise of the tourists in Jeju Island, there's more sewage, and also we are seeing greater sewage outfall in Jeju Island. So that is why the coastal areas of the Jeju Island is suffering from eutrophication. So we see a lot of green tides, as you could see on the top left, and also, as mentioned earlier, Jeju Island is almost atropical now, so we could see multiple types of seaweeds blooming in the coastal areas. So based on the data that I have collected, this is what I could say. So as time passes, the production goes down as the time passes, but the environmental stress is going up. So the kelp-dominated ecosystem is being actually dominated by the corals now, and also it's very highly likely that these ecosystems will become barren in a not too far future. So what's happening in the subtidal ecosystems? So as you could see here, from 2010 to 2020, well, Eclonia cava and the Acavero japonica. So these were the things that we have researched. So we have the control group, and in one area we have removed everything. One area we removed only coral, and one area we removed only kelp. And surprisingly, after 4 years, in all 4 groups, we were able to see coral taking over all the spaces. So in whatever conditions it may be, Jeju Island is already being dominated by coral. That is the result of my research. So this is the graph indication of my research. So you could see the red line and the blue line. So the blue line is a Montiflora, and in case of Montiflora, they serve as a basis to create coral reefs. So we observe them first, and then soon we will see the coral reefs blooming. So then why are the coral reefs expanding so fast? And of course, that's because they grow well everywhere. But the other thing is that Eclonia cava that tended to cover the empty spaces are rapidly disappearing. So before the typhoon comes, the Eclonia cava has a certain decent amount of habitat. But then after the typhoon, in this case, in the case of Typhoon Bolavin, we could see that the situation is still stable. However, after 32 months, we are able to see. So what this research shows is that it takes about 32 months for Eclonia cava to regrow and also occupy the space that it used to occupy before the typhoon. And the thing is that corals grow much faster. So when the typhoon hits, the Eclonia cava are swept away, but then the space is soon occupied by coral reefs. So that is why Eclonia cava does not have a chance to reoccupy its habitat. So in here, this is a recovery of the Eclonia cava population graph. So it shows that actually so when the temperature gets warmer, the seed does not actually die out, but they wait until the right time comes, and then they will grow. But then when the winter comes, and if these are plants that grow in the warmer stages, then they wait and rest. And then they will grow when the temperature gets warmer again. But in case of the coral reef, they don't have to rest a long time because they could grow in warmer temperatures, and the temperature is getting warmer in Jeju Island. So that is why the corals are growing so fast. And so we did a comparison of sub 5 meters, sub 10 meters, and sub 21 meters. And this is a research about the water temperature. And you could see that the water temperature is rising. However, in the summertime, you could see that there's a big temperature count. What happens is that, At the time when the globe or if the world is warming, for warm temperature plants, what matters is the winter temperature. Not really the summer temperatures, but actually the winter temperature needs to fall under 4 degrees in order for the seaweeds and things like Eclonia cava to grow. But you could see in Jeju Island since 2013, the temperature rarely goes below 15 degrees Celsius. So that is why the seaweeds are not able to grow as much as they potentially can. So you could see that Eclonia cava and some of the good seaweeds are not able to grow, but actually that space that used to be taken by Eclonia cava are now being taken over by coral. And I think that this is going to accelerate going forward. What does this mean? So before, Jeju Island was a kelp or seaweed-dominated ecosystem. But if corals are going to occupy the spaces that used to be occupied by Eclonia cava, it becomes a coral-dominated ecosystem. And actually, Jeju used to house multiple species of fish, but and actually, it is difficult for smaller and younger fish to live in the coral-dominated ecosystem. And coral-dominated ecosystem is only friendly for adult fish. So it means that there's little chance that the young fish could survive. And that will actually hurt the biodiversity of the fish. So what happens in the intertidal ecosystem? So we actually did research on since 1985 to 2016. So the time when the temperature rises, there's not much difference, as you can see, between the two graphs. But actually, you could see that the temperature actually rises, the water temperature actually rises after the autumn time. And you could see that the richness and dominance were much higher in 2016 compared to 2085. And it means that actually that is going to aggravate the diversity of the species. So back in 1985, the kelp species were dominant. However, the red seaweeds and the smaller seaweeds become more dominant with the increase of tropical temperature. So back in 1985, it was a kelp-dominated ecosystem, and there were very small coral population. But now that the water temperature has risen by 2 degrees Celsius, only 2 degrees Celsius, you could see that it is now a rather coral-dominated ecosystem. And that actually results in a simpler structure and low diversity. So actually, the climate change is 3 times faster in Jeju Island than anywhere else. So in case of Jeju Island, the kelp-dominated ecosystem is now being changed to a coral-dominated ecosystem. So the productivity and the income that were enjoyed by the villages and the coastal villages under the kelp-dominated ecosystem will no longer sustain. So that is why we need to find a way to ensure their livelihoods and the productivity under the coral-dominated ecosystem. So using the SSP model, we did this kind of analysis, and you could see that the wider range of the Korean Peninsula is getting hotter and hotter starting from the south. And it means that if this trend continues, the seaweeds, the brown seaweeds and the bottom are going to die out. And it means that a lot of species that lived on the kelp-dominated ecosystem or these seaweed will also die out if the temperature keeps on getting hotter. And also, you could see that smaller seaweeds will occupy the ecosystem. And then if this trend continues, it means that the whole ecosystem will fall down because all the submarine environment will come barren. Thank you.
네, 박상렬.
Thank you, Professor Park. Next, we will hear from Mr. Yoon Moon-gun, Head of Department of the Bioindustrial Strategy at the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea, who will present on the topic of the current status of the marine bio industry. Mr. Yoon has been employed at MABIC since 2015, and he is responsible for securing materials, establishing technology commercialization strategies to vitalize the marine bio industry, and managing the Marine Bio Bank. Please welcome Mr. Yoon to the stage with a big round of applause. Good morning. Oh, there is a strong lighting installed here. And I majored in molecular ecology. That is why, just like previous speakers, I wanted to present on the ecological study I have engaged in. However, this is the marine bio session. That is why I was asked to talk about the biological aspects. And I listened to the previous presentations. And now I feel eager to share my knowledge in the field. So please understand that in advance. And today, through my presentation, I will talk about the current status of a marine bio industry in Korea. And as you know, the material for the marine bio industry is marine resources living in the ocean. Based on the global record, we have about 330,000 marine species. However, how much are we utilizing out of them? It is only about 1% of these 330,000 species. And what about the rest of 99%? We can develop them in the future, and we can explore the options for viable products for humankind. So I can dare to say that. That means the marine bio industry cannot be sustained without marine bio resources. And because of climate change, many of the marine species living in the Korean waters, and the diversity is going down, and the waters are dominated by unexpected species, and these all have negative impact on our environment. And why marine species are important for the marine bio industry? To live in the ocean, as you see, they have to keep living in the ocean, and that means that they have to breed, and they should be able to look ahead, and they should be able to communicate. And as you see, for movement, they need special features. However, the marine species have adjusted themselves to the marine environment through evolution. And the marine environment is a unique living environment, and they have their own unique defense mechanism, which is different from the land species. And that means that there is a higher possibility for humankind to utilize these unique features of the marine species in different ways. Then what is marine bio industry? And it is the industry which utilizes marine species and engineering, such as biotechnology, to develop products, and that is the definition of the marine bio industry. That means that marine species are necessary here. Then, what is the marine bio industry, and what kind of role is it playing in our lives? And the marine bio industry is inseparable from the general bio industry. So it can enhance the bio industry in general as an engine. And as I said, if we can use the unique physiological features of the marine species, we can add values to new products. So this industry is playing a critical role. And as our speaker from Indonesia said previously, the technology of the marine bio industry and the materials utilized in the industry will be beneficial to deal with climate change. And CO2 and other causes of climate change can be directly reduced through technologies based on the marine bio industry and the products from the industry. And it can promote human health as well. And it can make our lives better. That is why the marine bio industry is important. And one of the biggest features of the marine species, which is the material for the marine bio industry, is that we have an ingredient which is worth 101, for example. So through rounds of processings, we can increase the value of the ingredient. So if it is canned, the value goes up by 10 times. So it is 1,001 now. And if it becomes cosmetics or health functional food, the value goes up by 100 times. And if it is developed as a medical materials, we cannot even imagine how much it has value. So these are the advantages of the ingredients for the marine bio industry. And let me share some of the products. This is not developed in Korea only, but globally. And the material from marine species is used for anesthesia. And this is for patients who cannot see the effect of anesthesia with other products. And the second one is for breast cancer drug. And the marine species was used here through synthesis as well. And as you know, we have chitin from the crab. And chitosan is already well known as a health functional food, and there are tons of products on the market. And what does this mean? And the portion of the senior citizens in Korea is increasing. But from another perspective, from the perspective of a marine bio industry, you need wealth to consume health functional food and to enjoy the technology of the marine bio industry and enjoy the quality medical services. So including Korea, the industrialized countries have provided a pension service as well as a social security net for senior citizens. So we have the luxury of consuming marine bio products, even though we have an aging population. That means that we still have room for the growth of the marine bio industry even in the future. This is the prediction for the global marine bioindustry market size up to 2030. And according to the report, in 2023, it was about $7 billion. And this is the global bioindustry market size. However, the global bioindustry is worth $64 billion. But the marine bioindustry takes up only $7.7 billion out of it. But by 2030, it will grow to $12.8 billion, which represents 8.4% growth rate annually. That's what we have to think about from now on. And this is the global marine biotech market by country from 2023 up to 2030. And even now and in the future, North America and Europe have the biggest markets, and they will stay the same way in the future. However, what is noticeable is the Chinese market and the Asian market. In case of the Chinese market, their marine bio industry is growing in size, and we can predict the future growth as well. And what about the Asian market? The marine bio industry size is increasing as well in Asia in general. The products of the marine bio industry can be developed not only to be consumed in Korea, but to be exported to other countries. And it will contribute to the economic growth of Korea as well. Then let us talk about the current status of the marine bio industry in Korea. The number of companies in the industry was 407 in 2020, and in 2023, it was 516. So it is increasing in numbers. And most of them are working on medical food and health food. And in case of the chemical part, it is mostly cosmetics. And in case of a medical area, this is the development of ingredient for drugs. So that is why those companies are small scale, mostly. And this is the distribution of a bio industry, marine bio industry companies by region. And we have most companies in Seoul, Gyeonggi, and Chungcheong area. And this is the bio industry after all. The people with the knowledge and the labor and the demand are concentrated in these areas. And some of the local governments have focused their efforts on the bio industry by hosting the bio-industrial complex. In those areas, we have more companies compared to other regions as well. And as I said, the marine bio industry is closely related to the bio industry. That is why marine bio industry is concentrated in the region where the bio industry is active. However, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries will make clusters in different regions for the balanced development of the marine bio industry. And we will develop the marine bio industry based on different characteristics of each region. There could be regions with abundant ingredients, and they will develop related services and products in those regions. So in Jeju or Jeonnam area, where we have abundant seaweed, and in the Western Sea area, we have wind power facilities, and we have an area where the medical industry is developed. And this will be the policy directions for the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for the future development of the marine bio industry. And this is the revenue of those companies. In 2020, it was about 600 billion in 2020, but it has grown to 790 billion in 2023. And we looked at the characteristic of those companies, and they do not manufacture finished products mostly. They work on the materials and ingredients. And there are companies with a technological prowess. There are few companies which has enough technological prowess for high-value products. We have been aware of this for the past decade, and we have to work on support policies for them to create a better and favorable environment for them. And we have been developing those policies, and we expect to see those policies to pay off in the future. And still now, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and my organizations are working on the future growth of the industry. So I keep saying some negative effects about the industry, unfortunately. So this is the comparison between the biotech industry and the marine biotech industry in competitive edge. So let's look at the number of employees. So it is 10 times smaller for the marine biotech, and the number of companies is about 50% compared to the general biotech industry. And when we look at the sales, I said that the marine biotech companies, the number of them is about 50% of the number of companies in the biotech industry. However, the sales portion is much smaller. That is why we have to promote the sales of the industry and increase the number of employees based on support policies. And we are making efforts in that direction. And the government has developed a new growth strategy, and this policy will last until 2027. And the current market size is 640 billion won, which will be grown to 1.2 trillion won in 2027. And for employment, it is currently 4,400 people, but it will grow to 13,000 people in 2027. And in terms of the localization of the materials, current level is 30%, and the target is to grow it to 50%. And we have been working on this since 2023. And the National Marine Biodiversity Institute is making a contribution to the government efforts. I have about 1 minute left. And I'm in charge of the Marine Bio Bank. So let me introduce this. And this is something called Tiara process. And this is the phases of a drug development. And to develop drug, we need basic research, and we have to go through preclinical trial and clinical trial. And the Marine Bio Bank is covering the early phase. The companies look for the candidate materials and ingredients. And it is hard for those companies to find the efficacy of different materials. To find that, they have to invest too much money and technology, and the government is supporting that activity based on marine biobank so that the companies can save their time and money. And in Europe and the US and China, they have established banks or similar organizations a long time ago. And we developed an extract biobank and microbial biobank in 2019. And we also had the genetic resources biobank in 2019. And we developed a cosmetics biobank and antibiotic biobank and metabolic disease biobank. If you are interested, you can access the institute, and we distribute the materials for free. So this will be beneficial for my institute as well. So I look forward to your interest. Thank you very much.
네,
Thank you for the presentation. And we have heard all 4 presentations now, and we will now move on to the panel discussion. So we have heard about the presentation. So we heard about the blue economy strategy and the use of utilization of seaweeds in Indonesia. And also we were able to hear about the changes and the responses of the bio ecosystem. And also we've heard about what's happening in the bio ecosystem. So I'm a citizen of Busan, and I think I was able to think a lot. I never really thought about the temperature gap between the sea surface and the subsea level. I'm not sure whether I will still be alive after 100 years, but then I am curious how the coastal lines of Busan will change going forward. And well, I hear that we have more days to enjoy sunbathing because of the global warming, but is that really a good thing? I wonder. And we also heard that the maritime bio market will grow in the future too. Well, there was a lot of insightful speeches, and I think that leads to a lot of questions regarding what's going to happen in the future. So I think some of them will be covered in the panel discussion too. So as soon as the seats are arranged, we will move on to the panel discussion. And the speakers, please make sure you bring your receivers for interpretation when you come up to the stage. Once again, channel 3 is Korean and English is channel 4.
move up to the stage. Okay. 네, 그러면 이제
All right, so the seatings are ready now. So the speakers, please come up to the stage. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Thank you. 네, 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수.
Please welcome our moderator and panelists once again. So let me pass on the microphone to the moderator. Good morning. I am Hyunwoo Kim, the moderator. And thank you to all 4 presenters for your excellent presentations. From now, we will spend about 35 minutes engaging in discussion together and Q&A with our presenters and panelists. And if you have any questions about the presentations or the discussion, please leave them in the YouTube comments, and we will address them during the Q&A session at the end of the discussion. So we are going to start the discussion by taking questions for our panelists. Thank you for the presentations. I have a question for Professor Park.
So it may not be directly related with the presentation, but actually your presentation intrigued me. So you talked about the situations and the dynamics in Jeju Island. It was startling and it was also surprising at the same time. And I feel that it is very serious. Well, Jeju Island is really famous for tourism, and I really love Jeju Island. But I think you are saying that tourism had some negative toll on Jeju Island too. So tourism is an important source of income, and I think it is we can't really give that up. And how do you think we could maintain that income source, but then address climate change at the same time? How do you think we could strike the balance? Where do you think is the balance? Thank you for the question. And as you mentioned, well, because eutrophication, the green tides are taking up, and actually that is making tourism more inconvenient too, and we're getting a lot of damages too. Well, tourism, how big is tourism in Jeju Island? About 600, 700 billion won of income is generated from tourism, so we cannot give that up. So actually 6.7 trillion won of income comes from tourism. But then if you think about it, 40 to 50% of that tourism is generated by the beautiful nature of Jeju Island. So then taking two things into consideration, how are we going to address this issue at Jeju Island? So first of all, well, I said that the kelp-based ecosystem is transitioning to the coral-based ecosystem. So how long is it going to take to move to the complete coral-based ecosystem? So before we thought it's going to take about 3 to 5 decades, but actually consider the current pace, we think that it's going to take about 2 decades only. So actually the paradigm of tourism is changing. So for example, 50,000 people are coming to Jeju Island to enjoy the nature. And I think the tourism dynamics need to change so that people can enjoy more of the coral-based tourism. And also, we have to be able to, because the ecosystem is changing, more of the fishermen and the fishing community will lose their jobs. So we have to find a way so that they could actually find jobs in the tourism sector, the other new tourism sector too. So I know that that's going to have some issues anyways, but that's one thing. And secondly, what are the damages? So one of the most serious issues that we are facing is the environmental burden, the pollution burden. So there's a lot of controversy about the adoption of that allowance. However, it's an amount of money, but I think at some time that has to be levied. So then how are we going to fund that? And I believe there has to be a separate fund to address this. But the thing is that the Jeju Island cannot protect the environment just because it has money, just by having money. But they need to have the right technology and they need to have the right people. And so I think that is why the central government and we have to develop the right policy so as to help the Jeju government to protect its tourism. So I do believe, so we actually know that there's a lot of damages happening from this change. It's just that we don't know how much.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the floor? Good morning. I'm a student from Bugyeong National University. So this is a question to Mr. Ju. And in your presentation, you talked about one of the climate change scenarios, and the habitat is decreasing in size. And around 2100, today's major species will not live in the Korean waters any longer. Then there will be new marine species living in the Korean waters. And from the perspective of aquaculture, are you studying how to utilize the new upcoming marine species which will live in the Korean waters in the future? Thank you for the question. The MI Institute, we are conducting research in that direction at different divisions. However, the beloved marine species and fish will be replaced by something else in the future. Well, we can predict that, but we cannot predict exactly which species will live in the Korean waters. We don't know about that yet. But as Dr. Park just said, that the ocean temperature is very low in winter, and the cycle of being hot in summer and being cold in the winter, we are not so sure whether those new species can survive in this environment. And from the perspective of aquaculture, maybe they have to produce the new variant of the species by modifying them genetically. And we are taking it step by step, so that we can have a national project and we can achieve industrialization of those new areas.
Okay, thank you. I am Choi Won-yeon. I also work at Pugong University. I have a question to Dr. Ariento. So thank you for the presentation. And we were able to hear a lot about the seaweed ecosystem in Indonesia, which we don't get to hear about a lot. So thank you. So as we well know, the importance of seaweed is rising these days. So and Indonesia has relatively very diverse seaweeds. So first question is the level of interest of Indonesian government. And how important does the government believe is the seaweed industry? And second is, do you have like the will or a plan to do collaborative projects with other industries and countries? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I got the three questions here. The first one, actually, as I mentioned in my presentation, we have more than 100 species, but less than that already explored intensively in terms of the farming system and farming technology, and also the utilization. The focus at the moment that in our for culture on Gracilia. Gracilia is normally used as the raw material for agar. And the second one, Capaficus alvarezi. There's Indonesia as the largest producer for Capaficus alvarezi, and mostly more than 60% we export it as dried seaweed. But locally in Indonesia, we also there are some factories, industry producing refined agar, alkali treated cotoneae, and the last one we introduced the new product like karakinan seed. And mostly at the moment for alkali treated cotoneae we export it. And our government actually starting 2010, we promote to promote to increase the production of seaweed, because we think seaweed is the commodity that can use to improve the welfare of coastal community. Because I mentioned we have only 40 days to harvest, and every 40 days they can harvest without doing anything like adding the fertilizer. So actually, like I mentioned, that my recent president, General Prabowo, have the focus to downstreaming the seaweed. So he expect not export the dried seaweed, but export as the processed product like agar, kerajinan, and others. And the second one, actually for me, doing research in seaweed, starting actually, early 2000, but intensively the last 15 years, and we try to cooperate with other countries, like with Australia, we did also with China, and also the last one with Japan. I haven't got any opportunity to work with scientists from Korea. And with industry, as I mentioned before, we already produce the fertilizer from seaweed. There's the dried, the solid fertilizer. We produce the fertilizer and sell commercially, and also we work with SME, small medium enterprises. There are many in Indonesia. We introduce the agar seed. That's the simple technology. So some simple to be produced. We introduce to them, and they can produce some product like jelly, something like that. I think also now we still try to collaborate with the industry, especially for commercialization of our technology. I think that's all. I'm not sure. That's all.
예, 질문에
So let me ask one more question on top of that. So you talked about the Indonesian government for second processing.
그 투자 위치를 통해서 이루어지는지, 아니면 내부의 어떤 그 스스로 그 국내 자본을 통해서 이 2차 산업들이 주로 이루어지는지에 대한 좀 설명을 좀 추가로 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I'm sorry. So do you get foreign investment? Does the government seek foreign investment for the industry development, or do you cover it with the internal capital?
Yeah, I think for the foreign, I think China invests in South Sulawesi. If I'm not wrong. And some my friends said they established kerajinan, if I'm not wrong. And the industry collaborate with the group of the seaweed farmer for supplying the raw material. That's what I know. Actually, not only for the local, but actually also for the foreign investment. We are very welcome. Yeah. This.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
질문.
Any other questions from the participants?
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. My name is Moon Gi-hwan from the University of Marine and Oceans in Korea. And thank you for the interesting presentations. And this is my first time to visit the World Ocean Forum. And I could have new ideas as an engineer. And I could see all kinds of studies related to climate change. And today we talked about seaweed. And I study bacteria because I'm a bacteriologist. So I'm not an expert in seaweed. But Korea is establishing the marine forest, which is related to seaweed development. But this kind of a marine forest project, it involves different technologies related to seaweed culture. And I believe that these technologies are very important. And the university and research institutes working on this area, I believe that they focus on climate change. But as a person who is studying bacteria, can we talk about the environmental factors which trigger the leaf and which has a correlation between the leaf and the sporophyte? Because I believe that it will have a huge impact on the seaweed aquaculture in Korea. But when we nurture them in the field after cultivating them, in the process of harvest, it is very labor intensive. Then when we process the labor we harvest, it will cost a lot. So instead of growing them in the ocean, if we can cultivate them on the land, we can make it a conveyor belt so that we can quickly harvest the labor, which will save time and money to a great deal. So what is the current technological level of the pathogen study and the environmental trigger study?
제가 볼 때는 이 질문은 아마
I believe that this question can be answered by Professor Park from Jeju National University.
제가
Okay, so the first question I think was so the changes in the bacteria according to the climate change and what impact does that have? So there are people dedicated to studying that kind of impact. So the water temperature rises and that produces new bacteria. But in case of seaweeds, what's most important is the nutrients and also the sea temperature. And these two have much bigger impact on seaweeds than any bacteria or anything else. So I don't really think that we are yet at the stage where the bacteria have impact on the criteria. But maybe because the climate changes, new kind of bacteria could emerge. But I don't think we are yet worried about that. And how about, so you also mentioned about having nori aquaculture on land. I think there's a big chance that that could actually happen already. The Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans and Fisheries is conducting a large-scale R&D about onshore aquaculture of lava. But so of course there's a lot of benefits of having the aqua farm on land. So we're not too much affected by the the sea situations, and also it requires less capital. But then there's a question of economics, because onshore farms are not yet too economical as of now. And of course, the CJ and large conglomerates, they do some onshore aqua farming. So what they do is they produce expensive, they invest a lot of money in onshore farming, and then they sell expensive premium products. So that is a very niche market at the moment. But I do think that we now are at a stage where we really have to dive into exploring onshore farming. But then again, we have to think about the economics. So lava grows the best at 14 degrees Celsius. And then how are we going to secure the energy to maintain the temperature at 14 degrees Celsius? And how are we going to set up the supply chain? And how are we going to, and where are we going to set up the factories near the aqua farms on land? Well, we are not there yet. I think maybe in 20 years' time we will.
Thank you very much. Questions from the floor?
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentations. So I have been in the shipbuilding industry for 40 years, and my name is An Kwang-yeon. And why am I here today, even though I'm working in the shipbuilding industry? So while I was working on the shipbuilding industry, by utilizing AI, the manufacturing industry is converted based on digitalization, and we are targeting various changes through that. And I visited many countries on business trips. And in terms of aquaculture, there are offshore and onshore farming, and the marine bioresources and the aquaculture has been digitalized based on digital twin in China. So it is a combination of IoT, and they are promoting these digital platforms actively. And in case of Vietnam, the onshore farming is producing 70% of shrimp globally, and they are now exporting it. Then what about Korea? We can preserve the marine ecosystem while working on the onshore farming at the same time. And in that case, we can combine the digital platforms. And I believe that there will be a huge achievement, not only for aquaculture, but also for the marine bio industry. And ocean mobility and ocean platform are the areas of my interest. And do you have any plans to adopt this kind of technologies in the marine bio industry? Is there any panelists who would like to answer this question? So what about Mr. Yoon? Thank you for the question. I believe that the answer could be long. I believe the shipbuilding industry is related to marine bio industry, and one of our ideas, and part of it, is about marine ecosystem monitoring system, and we cannot install the instruments for monitoring everywhere. It costs a lot. However, in the coastal areas of Korea, we have so many vessels, and we have many ocean-going vessels departing from Korea. And we can utilize those vessels for the monitoring system. And it will increase accuracy of the monitoring in Korea. So I believe that we can generate ideas together between the shipbuilding and marine bio industry together. And it could be an ecosystem monitoring, or it could be a product development, or for aquaculture. We always need massive intelligence and experience and data. When we have enough data, we can start new types of aquaculture and we can preserve the ecosystem by developing strategies, and we can develop products. And these three activities all require massive amount of data. And to have a solution, we have to think about data processing and data collection based on artificial intelligence, which is a prerequisite for the future. To cultivate one species, for example, if it is a fish, we have to provide a specific amount of feed at a certain point of time. And we have to provide a certain control. And when there is a disease, we have to work on it. And we have to prevent the disease as well. But human beings cannot do everything. That is why we need the monitoring system combined with artificial intelligence for sure. And from the ecological perspective, the diversity in ecological and environmental and marine environments, it should be shared with the public in the real time. That means we need IT technology. However, Korea is already an IT powerhouse. However, we have to make it systemic. And we have to analyze the data before sending it and sharing it with the public. And we need AI for that as well. I'm not so sure whether I have answered your question.
추가적으로 제가
So, if I may add, so Korea has the best aqua farming technologies, and if you think about the IoT and the data process system that Korea has, I think Korea is right at the top. And then we have the right jet engines and so on. But the problem is that there were no reason for us to adopt all of these technologies and systems in the aqua farming before. But now the climate is changing. We are inevitably at a juncture where we have to adopt those technologies and systems. And that is why we have started the R&D to apply these cutting-edge technologies to 20% of our aqua farms. And actually, the result is that yes, it is very much feasible. And at the moment, we need to have a large database in order to run the AI systems. So we have the best aqua farms, but we don't have any database. So, all of the know-hows have been transcended generation to generation verbally. So we don't really have a set database. So that is why, as we are actually modernizing the aqua farming system and the data system so that they could be utilized in the IP technologies. So by doing that, we want to increase the productivity, enhance the efficiency, and also reduce the cost by using these systems in the future aqua farms. So we are doing that kind of studies. And I believe US is also investing heavily in this area. So by 2035, 2040, I believe that electronic system can be applied in the aqua farms too.
답변 잘 들었습니다. 혹시
Thank you for the answers. Do we have any other questions? Great pleasure to meet you. Thank you, speakers, for your presentations. I'm a retired government official and I'm a Busan citizen. And recently, Busan is discussing the the Arctic route, which will be an attractive point for Busan. However, not only this kind of Arctic route, I'm highly interested in Arctic Sea itself because it has abundant marine bioresources. And in the Arctic Sea, I believe that we have a diverse marine species. And today we had a speaker who is Dr. Yoon. So the government is studying the marine species in the Arctic Sea. Is there any related activities? Thank you for the question. So I'm running the Marine Biobank, and this biobank is covering not only the domestic species, and based on R&D, we are analyzing the effectiveness or efficacy of biosources in other countries as well. And one of the most important areas is Arctic and Antarctic area as well as the tropical areas. And the areas we cannot reach. So those species in those regions, we can find something new in terms of efficacy. And in case of species in the Arctic area, they must have a feature to weather the extreme cold temperatures. That is why we are highly interested in that. And in the past, we had a separate research institute which studied polar regions in Korea. It is a large-scale institute. And I believe that they have been conducting studies in the species in the Arctic and Antarctic areas. And those species studied there were transferred to my institute. And we have samples, and we tested the efficacy of those samples, and some of them are stored in my institute. And the Bioindustry Association is highly interested in marine species living in certain areas. So right now, we have been focused on the Korean waters up to this point. However, in the future, I believe your idea is very important, so I promise that we will also pay more attention to that field. And we have experts at the National Marine Biodiversity Institute who can conduct such research successfully. And in the past, we studied krill and other rare species living in the Arctic Sea. How they impact the species living in the warm oceans and micro species living in the Arctic seas, how they play, what kind of a role they play in the food web. And we also studied their impact in the species of the Korean waters. It was about 5 years ago. Thank you.
질문 정도 받고 이제 마쳐야 될 것 같은데.
So because of time restraint, I will take one more question. Hello. I am in charge of exports in the Maritime Export Research Institute. So thank you for the presentation. And I have a question to the Indonesian speaker. So during the presentation, you talked about the nori production in Indonesia. And as you well know, about 36% of Korea's maritime exports is nori. So it's a very important material for Korea. And you showed us a picture of the nori produced in Indonesia. So what is the size of production of nori in Indonesia? And also, our citizens, how is nori consumed in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you. It's quite interesting. We talk about nori. Actually, We don't not produce nori in Indonesia because we don't have the specific seaweed for nori. Actually, this the result of the product development by my team. We produce nori from Gracilaria and mix with ulfa. Yeah. Actually, at the moment we import nori from, I think from Japan, I'm not sure, but we only from Korea, from Thailand. Normally, children like very much to eat directly nori because there's good nutritional products, particularly for fibers, dietary fibers, something like that. Yeah. Okay, we do not produce nori. This is the developed product from my team. Yeah. Thank you.
네, 답변이 되신 걸로 알고 있습니다. 아직 그
So I hope the answer has been sufficient. In Indonesia, it is not a commercially viable option right now. Thus, he's not using a microphone.
What is it?
So he asked about the imported nori.
Yeah.
So how do the people like the nori and other related product?
Yeah, what I know actually the most like the nori is children and also the teenager. It's normally we eat directly nori. We do not combine with any other food. That's what I know. Yeah. In Indonesia, yeah. We import at the moment. Yeah. I think good market in the future. Yeah. That's why we developed the nori analog from Gracilaria and ulfa, and we try to produce with the taste what liked by Indonesia. I'm not really sure with the market side. I'm not really sure. Yeah. Yeah.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So with the four speakers and panelists, we have covered various topics, and the domestic marine bio industry in Korea is impacted by climate change, and other than the existing methods and approaches, we are taking new ways because many of the species are hit the hardest. So now we are facing a new types of a crisis, and we had a professor from Indonesia who lives in a tropical area, and we had experts from Korea who are in charge of different aspects of the marine bio industry. We had professors and the researcher and the runner of the Marine Biobank together. And speakers can cover the questions we collected online later. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the presentation and Q&A session. Now please give another big round of applause to the moderator once again. So you can take pictures, and let me conclude this session. And with this, we conclude today's Marine Bio session of the World Ocean Forum. And enjoy your lunch. And we are going to start the Fisheries session, where we will discuss overcoming the multifaceted crisis in the fisheries sector from 1:30 p.m. And I look forward to see you again at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
둘, 하나. 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘, 둘, 둘. 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘.
When I look over my shoulder, see a trail of broken dreams. Am I getting any closer to where I wanna be? Cause I never seem to catch up, no matter how I try. Doesn't mean I wanna be, I'm always just one step behind. Now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear the voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday is ending. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. I ain't never felt so gifted, I ain't never felt so blessed. But now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I've waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. shines brighter than it did before. You hear the voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday is ending. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. I ain't never felt so gifted, I ain't never felt so blessed. And now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I've waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear a voice inside you. Say what you waiting for. This is the day. Oh, I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. We don't ever get the chance again. When I look over my shoulder, see a trail of broken dreams. Am I getting any closer to where I wanna be? Cause I never seem to catch up, no matter how I try. Doesn't mean I wanna be, I'm always just one step behind. Now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear the voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Gonna let this be day one, like yesterday has ended. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. I ain't never felt so gifted, I ain't never felt so blessed. And now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I've waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear a voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. Oh, I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it, but everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. We don't ever get the chance again. When I look over my shoulder, see a trail of broken dreams. Am I getting any closer to where I wanna be? Cause I never seem to catch up, no matter how I try. Doesn't matter I wanna be, I'm always just one step behind. Now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear a voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday has ended. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. I ain't never felt so gifted. I ain't never felt so blessed. And now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear a voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. Oh, I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it, but everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. We don't ever get the chance again. When I look over my shoulder, see a trail of broken dreams. Am I getting any closer to where I wanna be? Cause I never seem to catch up, no matter how I try. Doesn't mean I wanna be, I'm always just one step behind. And now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear a voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday is ending. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. I ain't never felt so gifted. I ain't never felt so blessed. And now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I've waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear a voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. Oh, I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it, but everything on you. All my life I waited for this day. We don't ever get the chance again. When I look over my shoulder, see a train of broken dreams. Am I getting any closer to where I wanna be? Cause I never seem to catch up, no matter how I try. Doesn't mean I wanna be, I'm always just one step behind. But now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear the voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday has ended. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. I ain't never felt so gifted, I ain't never felt so blessed. But now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take chance again. When I look over my shoulder, see a trail of broken dreams. Am I getting any closer to where I wanna be? 'Cause I never seem to catch up, no matter how I try. Doesn't mean I wanna be, I'm always just one step behind. But now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear the voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday is ending. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted. All the sorrows and the rest. I ain't never felt so gifted. I ain't never felt so blessed. And now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I've waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear a voice inside you. Say what you're waiting for. This is the day. Oh, I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. We don't ever get the chance again. something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday is ending. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. I ain't never felt so gifted, I ain't never felt so blessed. And now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I've waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. Say what you waiting for. This is the day. Oh, I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. We don't ever get the chance again. sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday is ending. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. Now you never felt so gifted. Now you never felt so blessed. But now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. Say what you waiting for. This is the day. Oh, I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. We don't ever get the chance again. When I look over my shoulder, see a trail of broken dreams. Am I getting any closer to where I wanna be? Cause I never seem to catch up, no matter how I try. Doesn't mean I wanna be, I'm always just one step behind. And now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. Now you never felt so gifted, now you never felt so blessed. And now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I've waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. Oh, I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. We don't ever get the chance again. When I look over my shoulder, see a trail of broken dreams. Am I getting any closer to where I wanna be? Cause I never seem to catch up, no matter how I try. Doesn't mean I wanna be, I'm always just one step behind. Now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear my voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday is ending. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows and the rest. Now you never felt so gifted, now you never felt so blessed. And now it feels like something is about about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah, yeah. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter.
I'm really sorry I couldn't be here with you today, but I'm really thankful for the.
So what you waiting for? This is the day. This is the day. So I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I've waited for this day. Maybe we don't ever get the chance again. Cause now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day when the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear a voice inside you. So what you waiting for? This is the day. Oh, I'm gonna take it with both hands. Gonna celebrate it with everything I am. All my life I waited for this day. We don't ever get the chance again. When I look over my shoulder, see a trail of broken dreams. Am I getting any closer to where I wanna be? Cause I never seem to catch up, no matter how I try. Doesn't mean I wanna be, I'm always just one step behind. But now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Yeah. This is the day. This is the day. When the sun shines brighter than it did before. You hear a voice inside you. See what you're waiting for. This is the day. This is the day. This is the day. Feels like a new beginning. Gonna let this be day one. Like yesterday is ending. Life has just begun. Feels like the curse is lifted, all the sorrows in the rest. Now you never felt so gifted, now you never felt so blessed. But now it feels like something is about to change. I can feel it coming. Give
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 1시
We will begin the fisheries session from 1:30 p.m. So all the participants are requested and asked to enter the room.
begin the afternoon session from 1:30. So please come inside and take a seat. 네, 그리고 저희 세션에서는 동시 통역이 제공이 되고 있습니다. 앞에 놓인 수신기 활용하시면 되고요. 한국어는 채널 3번, 그리고 영어는 4번으로 맞춰주시면 되겠습니다. 그리고 또 연사자분들, 그리고 패널분들은 나중에 무대 위 함께 하실 때에 패널 토론 때 함께 리시버를 들고 올라와 주시면 감사하겠습니다. And we provide simultaneous interpretation for this session, so make sure you take it with you. So turn to channel 3 for Korean and 4 for English. And when we have panel discussion, make sure you bring your receiver with you up on the stage. 네, 좋습니다. 그러면 저희 잠시 대기했다가 30분부터 바로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, I am Misa Lee, and we will begin the afternoon session of the World Ocean Forum 2025. In the case of Fisheries session, we have speakers joining online and offline, so this will be a hybrid forum. So we are currently connecting with you in real time via separate Korean and English channels on the World Ocean Forum website and YouTube channel. So in particular, presentation materials are available on the official forum website, and real-time Q&A is also going on via comments. So now we will begin the afternoon session, the fisheries session. And in this fisheries session, the theme is overcoming the multifaceted crisis in the fisheries industries. And I think this will be a very fruitful session where we have in-depth discussions. So fisheries, of course, is necessary and essential for food security and livelihood, but they face significant pressure from overlapping challenges, including climate change, resource uncertainty, and structural factors in labor, trade, technology, and society. The core goal of this session is to explore strategies and collaborative approaches that can embed resilience throughout the entire industry beyond the short-term crisis responses. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Kang Jun-seok, former Vice Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, to the stage to lead the fisheries session as a moderator. Please welcome Mr. Kang with a big round of applause. A bigger round of applause will be very much appreciated. Good afternoon, nice to meet you. I am Kang Jun-seok, the MC for today's session. And so today we are going to talk about fisheries, which is very complicated but also really difficult to address. We're going to have presentations followed by the panel discussion. So today's fisheries session will proceed under the theme of resilience of the fisheries industries in an era of complex crises. We anticipate this session will serve as a forum to discuss what constitutes the complex crisis facing the fisheries industry and how we should address it. As you well know, the whole world, the seas, global-wide, is changing very quickly. So illegal fishing, pollution, and there are multiple challenges that are changing the fundamentals of the seas. So when we talk about complex crisis, well, it is where a state where risks related to climate, resources, ecology, trade and regulations, population and labor, and technological gaps simultaneously intertwine and amplify each other, reducing the predictability and resilience of the entire industry. Climate change, pollution, and acidification are altering fishing grounds and fish species while increasing the volatility of aquaculture and fisheries. Furthermore, the restructuring of global supply chains and the strengthening of international regulations are raising barriers to market access. The aging of our fishing industry workforce, the difficulty in attracting young people to enter the field, and the delay in digital transformation are widening productivity gaps, creating a chain reaction where crises push each other to become more severe. Among all of these, climate change is transforming all marine environments and ecosystems. Disasters and calamities are becoming daily matters now. This year also, because of climate change, a lot of fishing community were under a lot of stress. In 2024, the global average temperature rose 1.55 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, making it the hottest year on record. The ocean has absorbed over 90% of the heat generated by humanity, acting as a climate regulator, but now even the ocean is growing weary. climate change is not merely an environmental issue, but a matter of food security and livelihood also. The fisheries industries connects fishermen, local economies, global supply chains, and sustainable consumption. Global fisheries industry is more than a single industry. They are a core sector for sustainability, food security, and livelihood preservation, and it needs to be resilient. The maritime economy has significant job creation potential, yet it simultaneously faces severe threats like pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Compounding uncertainties in climate, resources, labor, trade, technology, and social structures are deepening the fisheries sector's structural risks at the moment. So beyond the short-term responses, an industrial restructuring strategy that embeds resilience is very much essential. And well, we have a representative from OECD today, but anyway, in 2020, according to OECD, countries are investing more than $10 billion each year for the past 20 years, but subsidy alone, we are still questioning whether that would be the answer that will give us a solution. But anyways, fisheries, the future depends on the fisheries sector. So I think here we need to envision the future. So we'll be sharing the each country's insights and experiences, and we will be talking about the solutions together. And I hope this opportunity will serve as the forum to provide that kind of solutions and also cooperative measures. Today's session will feature Mr. Ma Chang-mo, Director General of Korea Maritime Institute, and also Dr. Tarabari from FAO and Dr. Lorena Rivera from OECD, with whom we will discuss structural risks in the fisheries sector and resilience strategies. We only have 2 short hours, but I hope this becomes a meaningful time to seek connected solutions amidst the reality where complex factors like climate, resources, labor, trade, and technology intersect. And now, I would like to invite the first speaker, Mr. Ma Chang-mo.
So Mr. Ma Chang-mo, Deputy President of the Fisheries Policy Research Division at the Korea Maritime Institute, will present on the topic Strategies for Fisheries Resilience in an Era of Complex Crisis. Mr. Ma currently serves as a Planning Committee member of the World Ocean Forum, an Evaluation Committee member for the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and many other multiple roles are played by Mr. Ma. And in this first presentation, he will discuss the structural risks currently facing Korea's fisheries industry in this era of complex crisis and explore how the concept of resilience can be incorporated into industrial policy. And please join me in welcoming the speaker with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. My name is Ma Chang-mo, and I am the Vice President of the Fisheries Policy Research Department of the Korea Maritime Institute. It's a great honor for me to serve as the first speaker for this meaningful session. And let me talk about strategies for fisheries resilience in an era of complex crisis. And this is the first page, and I made this image through Gemini. And where will our fish come from in the future? And this is my first question. So when I ask this kind of question, it can come from China and Peru and Russia and Poland. And the environment will get worse, so it may come from the land. So we have different perceptions on this question. And we have an uncertain future ahead of us. And in this current situation, Do you believe that the same supply chain will stay with us in the future? I don't think so. I discussed these matters with other experts in the field, and the production level has gone down by half this year compared to the last year. And there are new types of species we can catch in the Korean waters. And some of the fish stocks are decreasing continuously. And the same changes are happening for the aquaculture as well. The climate change is impacting the fisheries sector directly and indirectly at the same time. So today, let us think about where our fish will come from in 2050. And we have to make a clear decision today so that we can determine where our fish will come from in the future. So we talk about resilience. So when it comes to resilience, we cannot neglect the importance. So it is just like the immune system in the human body. When we are healthy, when there is a disease, we need a stronger immune system to recover fast. And there are some inevitable crises, and the same happens for a human body. But when we have a strong immune system, we can recover very quickly. However, it can lead to death in severe cases when the immune system is not working. So by comparing the fisheries sector to human body, let me say that we have to enhance and strengthen the immune system of the fisheries sector in general. And this is the prerequisite for the future. The resilience is the only option for a sustainable future of the fisheries sector. So when we say complex crisis, there are environmental uncertainties such as climate change. And this is considered important. So when we make an investment, we are thinking about the long-term ROI. And these kind of risk factors hinder investment for the fisheries sectors. So there is no investment for the related equipment and devices. And that leads to digital divide for the fishing villages. And because of this technological gap, the productivity goes down further. And it is a vicious cycle of uncertainty. And on top of that, there are no young people working in the field. There are only senior citizens working in this industry. That means that it is hard to increase productivity based on technology. But because of this vicious cycle, there is no young people entering this industry, and the situation is getting worse. And because of the trade war between China and the US, and after Trump was elected, there are different tariffs levels against the different countries. That is why many countries just wait and see what is going to happen. And because of the volatility in growth level, there is concerns over consumption as well. And for a sustainable fisheries industry, up to now, we talked about the eco-friendliness in terms of environment and ecology. However, now we are covering a wider scope of the concept. If we catch one type of a fish, we have to validate whether it is not illegally captured and whether it is safe and whether it complies with the labor requirements or labor regulations. So in the industry, this kind of complex response cannot be done by workers in the industry. That is why it makes it harder for producers to deal with complex crises like this. So at the end of the day, complex crises should be solved through complex solutions. So we cannot rely on one single solution. And climate change will be repeatedly mentioned today. And all the habitats are changing globally, and there are new types of fish stocks emerging in the waters. And the ocean should work as an advisor, adjuster of the temperature. However, there are now limitations, so the adjustment function has been lost, and that is the biggest challenge and threat. So when it comes to the global economy, we have a low growth with volatility. So for traders of fish stocks, they might feel there's a challenge already, and we have less population, and it is expected to hit a peak in 2080s, and there will be about 10 billion people living in the world, and including China, the population growth has stopped already. That is why the growth based on the population growth is becoming harder and harder. So talent acquisition is key to growth for many countries. So there will be a competition. There is already a competition for talent in different countries, and it should be the same for the fisheries sectors. However, as I said before, the productivity is not enhanced based on technological advancement. That is why it will make it harder for the fisheries sector to acquire talent in the future. And there are social structural changes, and the population which consumes fish is decreasing. In the past, it was driven by supply in bulk. However, now it is more of a personalization and micro-targeting, so it is more of the one-on-one sales and consumption. And the distribution industry and the processing industry, they should catch up with the current consumption pattern. And that is another important issue. And let me talk about technology. We have AI and automation and robotics and physical robotics. And we need to apply these technologies to the fisheries. However, many producers and processors do not have the luxury of adopting these technologies, which will drive even bigger the technology gap with other industries. And the current trend is the carbon reducing technology, which are emerging technologies today. And we have to develop the climate-related technologies which can pose new types of opportunities. And let me talk about the supply chain. On the left side, you are looking at the graph, which is the value chain of the global seafood network. So it is sourced somewhere, however, it is consumed somewhere else. That's why the network looks so complex. And on the right side, on the left image, it is before COVID-19. And it shows the trade flow before COVID-19. And back then, China was the hub of all the trade. However, on the right side, you are looking at the change. The China's centralization has been weakened, and we are looking at the stronger position of Norway now. And in the post-China era, we are witnessing a drastic growth of Norway. And in the past, when we think about the fish trade, it was from developing countries to advanced countries, and many countries had comparative edge in labor costs and many other factors such as production. However, there will be new and multiple factors which will impact the export in the future. And there are things we have to be mindful of. And when I say the competitiveness of the fisheries sector, there could be two. One is eco-friendliness, and the other is the digital technology. And about these two factors, this is related to IUU fishing and aquaculture, and there are very important implications. So fisheries should be sustainable ecologically and environmentally as well as ethically. That is why we have to always validate whether this is not a product of IUU fishing and whether it is complying with labor regulations whenever we have a catch. And this should be proven through digital technology. And countries which can do that can have competitiveness in the industry. The regulations are becoming tighter, so that is why we need the data validation technology, which could become the biggest competitiveness edge for Korea. And we have a participant from OECD today, and we have a positive and negative scenario. And in the delayed scenario, there could be minus $110 billion. And this is about IUU fishing and digital technology not being solved in this scenario. And I think there is a huge implications for the OECD. The climate change response and IUU fishing management and digital technology driven efforts. And these three factors will make a contribution not only to the Korean fisheries sector's sustainability as well as the global industry. So at the end of the day, the fisheries sector cannot solve everything with a single solution. So we have to consider climate and norms and resources all together. And based on these three axes, we have to connect all these matters for a solution. And one more point I would like to mention is that to sustain innovation in the future, we have to consider the market. And market and technology go hand in hand. And I talked about the eco-friendliness with the technology before. And why did I do that? And in Korea and in other countries, the IUU, the illegal fishing monitoring, is adopting AI very fast. And the traceability from production to consumption related technology will determine the market competitiveness in the future. And what does that mean? So it will be related to premium in the price. However, what is regrettable currently in Korea is that the eco-friendly fish, even though they are eco-friendly products, they do not have a significant premium in the market. That is why production and distribution and processing, they are not interested in eco-friendliness enough right now. And this is the last slide I have prepared. So these are connected problems which require connected solutions. So to improve our resilience, we have to improve our immune system in the human body. Just like that, we have to increase our adaptation to climate change, and we need climate change mitigation technologies. And we have to think about production and consumption at the same time. So the fisheries sectors should make efforts in the proper direction, and we should also consider the market situation. And we have to think about digital technologies and low carbon technologies. And we need to attract youth and female workers in the industry. And all these efforts should be made at the same time to solve the complex crises and problems facing us. And one country cannot solve this issue. So we have a participant from the OECD today. Advanced countries should discuss this and develop a framework together and share them. And we have to narrow the gap with the developing countries. So every country should work together. So simply put, in South Pacific, the tuna stock is shifting to the eastern area. And the coastal countries which had authority will not have the authority in the future because other countries will have the stock. And in Korea, Gyeongsang-do area, in Busan, they have power in aquaculture traditionally and historically. However, it may not be the case in the future. That is why we shouldn't focus in the current blocks of waters right now. We should have a bigger picture so that we can consider the shifts of fish stock. And we need to develop the framework for connected solutions based on this. That's it. Thank you very much.
예, 발표해 주
Thank you, Mr. Ma, for the presentation. So 2050, sometime in our future, in 2050, can we source our fisheries products? So if we're not able to address the complex crises, there is no future. I think that was the conclusion of Mr. Ma's presentation, and a single country cannot solve this issue alone. Global collaboration is essential in order for us to address this matter. Thank you again for the presentation. And now I would like to welcome the second speaker, Ms. Tarup Bahri, Fisheries Resources Officer at the Fisheries and Aquaculture Department of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tarup Bahri. I'm a Fisheries Resources Officer.
1 second, please. So I would like to introduce who Ms. Tarup Bahri is. So she serves as a Fisheries Resources Officer at FAO, focusing on research and policy advice in marine and freshwater fisheries, particularly on the impact of climate change on fisheries and aquatic resources and corresponding response strategies. The second presentation is about building sustainable fisheries amid climate and resource uncertainty. It addresses how climate and resource uncertainties are transforming the sustainability of global fisheries industry. Especially, she will present FAO's climate-ready fisheries concept, an international standard for adaptive, precautionary, and ecosystem-based management (EBM) approaches. She was not able to attend in person due to a scheduling conflict, but she has prepared a video presentation for us, so let's watch it together.
I'm really sorry I couldn't be here with you today, but I'm really thankful for the opportunity to be able to record a video on building sustainable and climate resilient fisheries. I really hope that it can contribute in some way to your interesting discussions this week. So FAO's work on climate change touches upon three main areas. The first one is strengthening the knowledge base and policy guidance in relation to climate change impacts, adaptation, and mitigation responses. The second area of work is developing and implementing projects on the ground in collaboration with governments and key partners to reduce vulnerability of fishing and fish farming communities to climate change and natural disasters. And the third area of work deals with integrating aquatic foods and climate change in multilateral processes, in particular cross-sectoral, regional, and global climate change discussions, including the regional fisheries bodies and the UNFCCC. So in terms of strengthening the knowledge base and the policy guidance, there's a number of technical reports that have been released throughout the years. Here on this slide, you can see some examples. There are many, many more. And I'm happy to provide you with a compilation if you're interested. My contact details will be on the last slide. So in this presentation, I will use results coming from 3 of these reports, and I will walk you through those results. So the first one is this massive publication that was released and that you have probably seen on impacts of climate change on fisheries and aquaculture. That was released a long time ago, well, several years ago, but it's still very relevant. In particular, the FAO Adaptation Toolbox for Fisheries and Aquaculture, which is chapter 25 of that publication, that is a compilation of adaptation measures categorized into 3 main areas, which are institutional adaptation, livelihoods adaptation, and risk reduction and resilience. So the main takeaway messages of that adaptation toolbox is that adaptation is place and context based. So the impacts are very much context specific, and so the responses. So this is an important element that we need to keep in mind for the rest of the presentation. The other one is that adaptation should be viewed as an ongoing and iterative process. The third one is that evaluation of success are necessary and often missing from adaptation studies, but I think we're starting to have quite a good critical mass of adaptation measures that are tested on the ground and with some evaluation of success. And the last one is that transboundary issues need to be considered when developing an adaptation strategy, and this is particularly relevant for marine fisheries. So, building on this adaptation toolbox, we have looked more specifically into adaptation options in fisheries management, and this is the technical paper that you can see on the right, technical paper 667. That is the report on climate adaptive fisheries management. So this report was meant to fill the gap, or start filling the gap at least, about the lack of evaluations of adaptation success. And we tried to capture a wide range of socio-ecological context, governance systems, data availability, geographical locations and scales, and fishery types and species, and adaptation responses. So the idea was to select 13 case studies from all over the world and see how fisheries management has actually integrated climate change impacts in the responses. So we were interested in seeing, the mechanics of those responses, how they were implemented, with what kind of results that were obtained. So this technical paper has involved over 70 contributors that came together to write those case studies and discuss the results, and then come up with a set of good practices that I will present in a moment. So the main takeaway messages of this technical report is that there are 4 foundations of climate resilient fisheries. The first one is effective fisheries management systems that need to be in place. So this may sound trivial in some context, but you need to remember that at a global scale, there are a lot of fisheries where fisheries management is still insufficient or needs a lot of improvements. The second takeaway message is that participatory processes are essential. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier about the context specificity of the climate impacts and responses. So if you respond to climate change impacts at a national scale, it might be very different from responding to it at a regional scale. So there is really a need of involving, all the relevant stakeholders, in particular those that are undergoing the climate impact, to have adequate responses. The third takeaway message is that precautionary systems are necessary to deal with uncertainties and risks. So there is a lot of still uncertainties when it comes to climate change impacts, and in particular when we talk about projections for the future. So modelers have really improved, the quality of the models that are available, but there is still a level of uncertainty that is attached to all these projections. And last one is that adaptive management is necessary to cope with climate change. So this is something that we still need to figure out how to routinely integrate adaptive management into fisheries management practices, but this is one of the main recommendations that came out of that discussion when we were developing the technical paper. So out of these, based on these 13 case studies that we had, we came up with this very basic decision tree to select some good practices. So this is not meant to be exhaustive. It only reflects the lessons learned coming from the 13 case studies that we analyzed. So there are 15 good practices that are listed here based on what type of impacts they address, whether it is distribution change or productivity change or species composition change, and also indicating the level of capacity that is required for their implementation, capacity being meant in terms of data and technical capacity. So complementing this work, we then moved to exploring a little bit further the projections for the future of marine fish biomass. So this is the technical paper that was released yesterday in close collaboration with the University of Tasmania in Australia. And this technical paper is a really interesting piece of work because it brought together a global network of ecosystem modelers that are grouped under the Fisheries and Marine Ecosystem Model Intercomparison Project. So the different ecosystem modelers basically put their models together to compare, to see to what level they are in agreement, and come up with an assessment or an evaluation, a quantification of the level of uncertainty that is attached to the global projections. So the projections are of exploitable fish biomass, which is meant to be the marine animals, that are between 10 grams and 100 kilos, which is thought to be the fraction of the marine animals that captures the exploitable fish species. So I invite you to download that report and have a look at it because it's really interesting. And these are only examples of results. So at global scale, you can see these maps of exploitable fish biomass projections for low emission scenarios on the left and high emission scenarios on the right, and for two time horizons, so for the mid-century at 2050 timeline and 2100. So of course there are some managers or stakeholders that claim that the projections at 2100 are way too far, and so they're not really useful when you discuss or you plan your fisheries management or you're trying to design some responses for the future. But I would like to draw your attention to the map on the left, on the top left, which is the low emission at the horizon 2050. And at the fisheries management scale, I think that 2050 is really around the corner. So I think, and this is for the most optimistic climate change scenario, where you can see that at global scale, in average, the decline in exploitable fish biomass is expected to be around 5%, more or less 1.6%. But what is interesting to note here is the patchiness of those projections, because really depending on where you are in the world or on the globe, you can see that the response is going to be really different. So there are quite few areas, like in light yellow, where no change is expected. But overall, you can see that in most areas, the expected change is is either like a decrease between 10 to 20% of the exploitable fish biomass, a decrease, or an increase of 10 to 20%. So I think this, this level of change that is expected highly justifies, a prompt action and planning in terms of responses. And the report also includes some regional maps with the different projections. So because the forum is taking place in Korea, I thought that I would pick the example of Asia. So this is the map for Asia at the horizon, and I highlighted again for the same reason that I was explaining earlier. I highlighted the 2050 time horizon. So for the low emission scenario and for the high emission scenario, what is interesting to note here is that, again, very few areas that do not expect to see any change, whether for the low or the high emission scenario. But most of the EEZs, so I forgot to mention that this is for EEZs, most of the EEZs are expecting to see a decrease between 10 and 20% of the biomass. Of course, this change is more accentuated for the high emissions scenario. And for the 2100 timeline, so you see very similar results, of course, a little bit more marked, especially for the worst case scenario. So I'm not insisting too much on the high emission scenario, worst case scenario 2100, because there is a high level of uncertainty that is attached to it. But I think it's really useful to have, these plots for awareness raising purposes for managers, and also to start thinking of, adequate planning for the future. So in addition to regional maps that the project, the report presents, there are also some quantification of projections by country. And so you can see when you download the report, you will see an annex with all the individual countries in the world with an quantitative estimate of the decline or the increase in some cases of the exploitable fish biomass for the different climate scenarios. And there are also like a spotlight on the countries that are believed that will be the most affected. So these are the top 10 most affected countries in Asia. And you can see that, just to go through them quickly, it is Kuwait, Iraq, UAE, Iran, Bahrain, Oman, Japan, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Qatar, and China. And here again, so 2100 may sound very far, and you can say, well, high emission scenario is really the worst case scenario. But even in the most optimistic case, and for rather, close timeline, which is 2050, you can see here, for example, for China, 2050, you can see that the projected decrease for the best case scenario, low emission scenario, is already around 10%. And similarly for Oman or for Korea, you can see that even at 2050 for, best case scenario, you still have some decrease, not as much as for China, but you still have some decrease that are expected, and sometimes with a larger magnitude than others. But here you have also to be very cautious, because depending on the countries, there is the level of uncertainty is different. But the level of uncertainty, you can see it here graphically with the envelope that is around the curve. So for example, for Korea, you can see that for the worst case scenario, the level of the envelope is quite large, meaning that the uncertainty is large, whereas it is more narrow for other countries and for other scenarios. Then to conclude, I would like to mention that FAO is currently implementing this adaptation toolbox that I presented earlier. Through a field program on climate adaptation that involves over 24 countries. So projects are continuously being formulated, meaning that this is a living map, so it's updated continuously. And I wanted to pick only 2 examples just to give you an overview of the types of activities that are carried out on the ground. So I picked the Green Climate Fund project that is currently under implementation in the Gambia, and that looks into climate-proofing fisheries infrastructure. because it's a country that is extremely prone to coastal erosion and sea level rise. Another area of activity is enhancing value chain segments that are critical for women, such as fish handling and processing, and that are considered as, you know, the most vulnerable fraction of the population that is being impacted by climate change. Third area is developing aquaculture to compensate decreases in fisheries as an alternative livelihood, knowing that this is an area where overexploitation is of marine stocks is quite important. And finally, restoring mangrove forest and critical fisheries habitats, as a contribution to building resilience of coastal areas to protect the coasts and also support the restoration of fish stocks. Another example is the one in Timor-Leste with the Global Environment Facility Fund, the GEF, where the main three areas of work are the first one being working on the enabling environment, so many with the institutions to help them be able to address climate change impacts, so on national fisheries policies, legal framework, and also strengthening local management institutions. The second area of work is building adaptive capacity of communities and developing climate information systems. And the third one is on integrated management approaches, in particular the adoption and implementation of the ecosystem approach to fisheries and aquaculture, ecosystem-based adaptation, and the promotion of nature-based solutions. So this was leads us to the end of my presentation. This is my contact detail and my colleague's contact detail, Shrishan Ma, who helped me put together these slides. So please do not hesitate to be in touch with us, whether you need some, you have some questions about the presentation, or you need additional information, or you need the links to the publications I mentioned. We would be happy to get back to you and provide any information you may need. So thank you so much, and I wish you a fruitful forum. Bye-bye.
예, 방금 발표해 주신
Thank you, Dr. Tarek Bahri, for your insightful presentation. So, as you know, climate change is very serious, and if we fail to respond to it, the future of the fisheries sector was discussed in the presentation. And instead of a temporary fix, we need sustainable approaches to this matter. And science and ecology should be the basis for the framework. And each country's performance evaluation and policy should be connected. And this will determine the future fishery sector's security. And let us move on to our third presentation. The next presentation will be delivered by Ms. Lorena Rivera, Fisheries Policy Analyst at the OECD, on the topic of resilience of the fisheries industry in response to global supply chain changes. Ms. Rivera is a policy analyst and advisor in the Fisheries and Aquaculture Division at the OECD, specializing in fisheries subsidies, government support policies, and response to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. She has traveled all the way from France to Busan to join us today. In this third presentation, Dr. Rivera will share the OECD's perspective on how the fisheries sector can strengthen its resilience amid global supply chain restructuring. With growing attention on fisheries subsidies, IUU fishing, and ESG compliance, these factors have become central to industrial competitiveness. In 2000, I worked at the OECD Secretariat, and The fisheries subsidies was a very controversial issue back then. What kind of impact do these subsidies have on the industry? This is still an area of further research, so I expect Dr. Rivera can provide insight on this. Please welcome Dr. Rivera with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the organizers for this very kind invitation. I am Lorena Rivera. Thank you very much, Mr. Khan, for this kind introduction. And well, I will address the topic of resilience in the fisheries industry in a context of a shifting global context. I will present some of the OECD perspectives, and I believe the topic that was chosen for this forum, Beyond a Wave of Uncertainty, it's a very timely topic to be discussing, both in the context of ocean policies and in particular for fisheries policies. So let me start here with a snapshot of the current situation and the previous years of the world capture fisheries and aquaculture production. We see that marine fisheries capture has been declining and it's entered a phase of stability. Whereas on the other hand, aquaculture production has registered important levels of increase, even an exponential growth rate in the last decade or so. Also, both in value and volume, as you can see in the yellow part of the graph, we can see that aquaculture from seaweeds is becoming increasingly important. So these are a few of the trends that we have seen in the past years. And now I want to move into an outlook of the world production of fisheries in the world. So in this graph that comes from a joint publication from the FAO and the OECD that tries to imagine or to modulate a picture of the future of the next 10 years in fisheries resources, we can see that in the green line, effectively, capture from wild marine production will continue to be in a stable trend. Even it will be declining, as we were listening from the FAO colleague just now in the video. However, aquaculture is continuing its growing path. Here we can see that aquaculture has already overtaken marine production, and it's registering the more important share in total production. So let me make a zoom on this aquaculture production outlook according to this FAO OECD publication, just to show you the importance of Asia as the region with the highest share in total production of aquaculture into the next 10 years. Here we see that Asia will have around 88% of total aquaculture production in the coming years. Within this continent, China will continue to be the most important player in total production, with around 53% of total aquaculture production into the next 10 years. This will be followed by other players like India or Vietnam, and of course Korea is also following closely in the growth of market share. We see in the orange points some important growth rates coming from Africa, from Latin America, and also from Oceania. But these regions are still lagging behind if we compare to the importance of the Asian region in this context. So now that we have seen a bit the general performance that it's expected into the next 10 years, I want to focus a little bit more on those shifting factors or those challenges that fisheries sector will face into the future. The first one, as we have heard also from other colleagues and very interesting insights, it's climate change that will have an increasingly large impact on oceans into the future. Here we see factors as ocean acidification, extreme events that will become more regular and more extreme, change in ocean currents, and I will come back to this point later on, as well as increased ocean temperatures. Here in this graph, I just want to show you how important and how evident the sea surface temperature increases has been in the last few years. Over the last 10 years, we can see that we have registered 5 of the most important years in terms of increased sea surface temperatures. And as the marine resources depend highly on stability of the environmental conditions, this is going to be one of the most important sources of uncertainty into the future. Then we have the issue of shifting stocks that will undermine the existing fisheries governance structures. Fish stocks indeed will move as climate change and ocean surface temperature will vary. You may be aware, of course, that fish stocks do not know anything about jurisdictions or geographic boundaries or EEZs. They will move according to where the best environmental conditions are. So this will mean that the range of geographic areas where the fish stocks are will be expanded or contracted around the world. This will be more evident in tropical areas, countries that are located in tropical regions, but some studies are already pointing to the fact that over 75% of EEZs will be impacted by climate-induced changes. And this is very important because this situation will be creating a new window for maybe unregulated fishing, maybe for illegal fishing, and this will pose a new challenge for collective management of fish stocks. And here, collaborative approaches and collaborative management will become a key issue into the future. One last point around the uncertainty factors for the fisheries sector comes from regulatory policies. We've been listening and we are all aware that there are many sources of uncertainty in this area. Some of them, we know them already. For example, the entry into force of new international agreements, as is the case of the WTO agreements on fisheries subsidies or the BBNJ agreement. But in some other areas, policy areas, we find a lot of uncertainty. For example, in the context of new tariffs and new trade barriers and new non-tariff barriers that are being implemented across the world. So indeed, this will need a collective response from the international community. Now that we have seen some of the main sources of uncertainty in the fisheries sector, let me talk a little about some of the OECD policy frames that are available and might be a reply to these sources of change. OECD Fisheries Unit has a flagship report that it's called the OECD Review of Fisheries. Every 2 years we have this publication, and the last edition was launched earlier this year in February, and it's a publication that covers 41 countries and territories that represent around 80% of total fish production in the world. We cover many topics from the general fisheries performance, sustainability factors, climate change, but today I will focus in two main areas. First, some of the findings on the management of fisheries, and second, government support policies. So, starting with the management policies, we can start with some positive news. From the different evaluations that the review of fisheries has done over the past years, we find for this last edition that scientifically managed fisheries are generally in good health. Around 80% of the stocks that are conclusively assessed are in good health. This means that fisheries management works and is working for the better for those countries that are investing in a stock assessment. However, we can still do better in this context because still around 60% of the stocks are meeting productivity targets. This is telling us that management policies can still be improved in many areas. But this is a somehow limited picture, what we portrayed before. Why? Because many stocks remain unassessed. Here in this graph, I want to show you that many countries, members of the OECD, do have in place stock assessment programs that are highly technical and are repeated over time. However, there are many other countries where this is not the case, and many commercial stocks are still fished without the conclusive stock assessments that are needed. So here, the OECD message, or the call that we do to our members and partners, is it is very important to invest in stock assessment. We cannot manage what we don't know, and we cannot protect what we don't know. The second big policy area where we are focusing our work, and it was mentioned before by the speakers, it's on government support and the potential that this government support actually encourages on sustainable fishing practices. In a nutshell, this figure, what it's telling us is that policy context matters, and it matters a lot when we are speaking about government support. Let me explain this by saying that the central part or the key element of government support is not necessarily the amount of support that is provided to the sector. It is most important that it is provided in the context of good management practices, of effective monitoring, control, and surveillance, and of course in a context of participative work with the stakeholders. If we are in the context where we don't have a stock assessment, we don't have scientific data, we don't have effective monitoring and control policies, then government support does become an issue and can encourage unsustainable fishing practices. So one of the areas where we have been working the most to eliminate that potential risk of unsustainable fishing practices is in the area of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. In this graph, I want to show you, as Professor Khan was mentioning before, over the last few years, about $10.7 billion are provided every year to the fisheries sector worldwide. And we can see that some of the support that has no risk is the smallest part of this proportion, and 65% of the support that is provided globally to the fisheries sector has a high or moderate risk to encouraging unsustainable fishing practices. So In this context, the OECD Fisheries Committee agreed recently, early this year in April, to a new legal instrument that provides some guidance to members on how to avoid that government support ends up financing illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Basically, this recommendation has 4 main messages. The first one is that support should be targeted so it can be controlled and there is enough information on who is benefiting from this government support. For example, the recommendation calls on members to provide support only to vessels and operators that are duly registered and licensed. The second recommendation is to avoid providing government support to fishing and fishing-related activities that are occurring outside the jurisdiction of a coastal state or the competent RFMO, meaning that no government support should be provided for fishing activities under unregulated areas. The third recommendation is that governments should implement and adopt mechanisms to withdraw government support when a vessel or an operator is found to be engaged in illegal or unregulated practices. And finally, the recommendation has a call for all members to enhance information sharing on IUU practices. This goes beyond the determinations themselves, but also covers providing information across the international community on, for example, the owners, the beneficial owners, the flag states, and all the possible elements that can close the sources of finance to these actors that are engaging in illegal activities. So in a nutshell, the message that we want to convey with this recommendation, it's a call for governments to spend public money wisely. And what does it mean? That we are in the context of limited resources. We are in the context of budgets that need to be prioritized into the future. So we need to spend the money on activities that do not compromise the sustainability of fisheries resources into the future. So here I want to close my presentation with signaling the 4 key messages that from the OECD we want to provide to governments in the context of fisheries policies. The first one is the importance of carrying out better and regular stock assessment and the importance of scientific data collection. The second one is ensure the sustainable management of fisheries based in that scientific information and also in a collaborative way with fishers and other stakeholders. The third message is about spending the public money wisely and ensure that government support programs are not encouraging or not posing a risk of encouraging unsustainable fishing practices. And fourth, and I believe this World Ocean Forum provides an excellent platform for this, is to maintain an effective global cooperation. We need to enhance and to strengthen international cooperation and collaboration to ensure that those shifting stocks that are moving from one jurisdiction to the other are well managed and we can all access fishing opportunities into the future. Here you can find some more details on the OECD work, all the different publications that we have. And of course, I will be most happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lorena, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera, for your presentation. Especially, you talked about the OECD perspective about the resilience of the fisheries sector. And especially you talked about the subsidies. So more than $10 billion are being invested in here in the form of subsidies. And actually 20% of the subsidies is actually facilitating the illegal poaching. So climate change and other complex crises are asking for a structural change. And OECD is seeking ways to enhance efficient resilience and efficiency and cooperation so that we can ensure that we become more resilient and efficiency. And you talked about the importance of changing the policies and also the institution of environment too. So we've had 3 presentations today. So we talked about the multifaceted crises. So international collaboration is necessary to overcome the complex crisis. And without fundamental solution, there is no future for the fisheries sector. So thank you once again, all 3 speakers, for your presentations. Thank you very much. And we're going to take a 10-minute break and then move on to the panel discussion. If you need coffee, coffee is just outside the room. So we will meet again in 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes, and we will set up the stage for the panel discussion. So when we are ready, I will make another announcement. So in 10 minutes, I'll see you again. Thank you. 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 50분부터 저희 패널 토론이 진행됩니다.
We will begin the panel discussion from 2:50, so please be seated and be ready.
Time really flies. So we will get started with the panel discussion in 3 minutes. So I would like to ask all the participants to come inside and take a seat. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 저희 50분부터 패널 토론 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 참석자분들께서는 입장하셔서 작석 부탁드리겠습니다. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will get started in about 2 minutes. So I would like to ask all the speakers and panelists and participants to come inside and take a seat so that we can get started. Thank you very much. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 잠시 후
We will soon begin the panel discussion, so please be ready and be seated.
Gentlemen, we will soon begin the discussion, so I would like to ask all the participants to come inside and take a seat. 네, 그리고 나중에 이제 무대 위로 올라오실 때 반드시 리시버를 들고 올라와 주시면 감사하겠습니다. So make sure to bring your receivers as you climb up the stage. 네, 그러면 저희 지금 발제자분들 다 확인되는 대로 이제 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시만 대기해 주시면.
So please just wait just 1 second until all the panelists arrive.
네, 아무래도 휴식 시간이 너무 짧았던
So I do believe the break was too short. So let's just wait just a few more minutes until all the panelists arrive, and then we will proceed with the panel discussion. So all the participants, please make sure that you will come back.
in the panel discussion. So I would like to ask all the panelists and speakers and participants to come inside and take a seat so that we can get started. 네, 그러면
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the panel discussion for the fisheries session. So all the panelists and also the speakers, please come up to the stage and please welcome all of them with a big round of applause.
네, 이쪽으로 올라와 주시면 되고요. 네, 자리 함께 해 주시면 되겠습니다. 네, 자장님께서
So the moderator, please sit at the end. So you could sit anywhere. Maybe somebody could sit in the middle. Okay, thank you very much. I know we've had a very short break. I'm sorry that the break was too short. So you all have your receivers now. So I will now hand off the mic to the moderator. Please welcome all of them with a big round of applause. Okay, so now we will begin the panel discussion. So we've had 3 presentations before the break, and we have 3 speakers and panelists up on the stage. And we will have panel discussion and also take some questions. If you have any questions throughout the panel discussion time, please leave them on the chat, and then we will answer them. And now let me introduce the panelists. First of all, Chung-hwa Choi, President of the Korean Society of Fisheries Science, Professor of Bugyong National University. So he serves as a task force leader of the Fisheries Subcommittee under the Presidential Committee on Rural and Fisheries Development and is an advisor to the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries Marine Spatial Suitability Council. Next, Seok-Kyu Kang, President of Korea Society of Fisheries Management and Professor of Jeju National University. He leads the research in finance and fisheries management as the head of the Korean Society of Fisheries Management. Then we have Hae-sung Kim, President of the Central Federation of Coastal Fishermen. He originally comes from Yeongdeok, Gyeongsang-buk-do, previously served as president of the King Crab Fishermen Association, advocating for fishermen's rights and the protection of fishery resources. He currently works to promote the sustainable development of coastal fisheries and the welfare of fishermen. Next, we have Director Jun Sung Hwang, Director of Fisheries Policy Division, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and he oversees national fisheries policies, leading institutional reforms and policy planning to promote sustainable development of the fishing industry in Korea. And lastly, we have Mr. Jong Chuk Park, member of the Busan Metropolitan Council. He represents the Gijang district, reflecting the voices of the marine and fisheries sector in municipal governance. He actively supports local fishermen and works to strengthen the competitiveness of Busan as a maritime city. So first of all, I'm going to give 5 minutes to each panelist. Today we have 2 panelists representing the academic fisheries community, and we have 4 panelists in total, including representatives from the industry who are directly experiencing the impacts of climate change on coastal fisheries, government officials responsible for implementing fisheries policies, and members of the Busan Metropolitan Council working to strengthen the competitiveness of the fisheries sector in Busan. So we will hear their perspective on the essence of the multifaceted crisis as seen from academia and industry, and discuss how the resilience of the fisheries sector can be enhanced in response to these complex challenges. So after the panel discussion, we will take 2 or 3 questions from the floor. So first of all, we will begin with a discussion by asking President Chung-hwa Choi of the Korean Society of Fisheries Science about the extent of climate change and ecosystem changes affecting the fisheries sector and how he envisions the future of fisheries. So please. Good afternoon. I am Chonghwa Choi of the Korean Society of Fisheries Science. And it's a big honor to be here representing our organization. So the word uncertainty is used a lot in the it was used in academia actually, but now we even talk about super uncertainty now with the even more complex crisis coming up. And so to represent the academia, well, we've had three great speakers before the break, and they talked about the complex crises and climate change. And they mentioned the multiple effect these have on the fisheries sector. So now in the age of super uncertainty, how can we best approach the issues? So these speakers talked about the questions and also gave answers too. In case of Dr. Lorena, she mentioned that so 80% of the stocks are very well managed, and also OECD says that we can only manage the stocks and the resources correctly if we apply very thorough and strict criteria. So putting all of this together, scientific management, scientific fisheries. So I think scientific approach is really important for us to address the uncertainties in a more faster and quicker manner. So as a representative of the Korean Society of Fisheries Science, I think data-based and scientific data management is key for us to overcome this wave of multifaceted crisis. And I hope a lot of internal and global organizations would make big contributions so that we could achieve that scientific approach.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So as a president of the Korean Society of Fisheries and Aquatic Science, so based on scientific data, we have to provide management so that we can overcome the uncertainty. And next, let me ask President Seok-Kyu-gang of the Korean Society of Fisheries Business Administration. From a socio-economic perspective, what do you see as the fundamental nature of the complex crisis facing the fisheries industry today? Great pleasure to meet you. My name is Seok-Kyu-gang, and I'm a professor and president of the Korean Society of Fisheries Business Administration. Let me introduce my organization first. And it was established in 1969. And we have about 75 years of history now. And this year, I was appointed the president of the society. And during my term, I have to set up the theme for research activities, and I thought about this very hard. And that led to me being here as a discussant for the session, which discusses how to overcome the multifaceted crisis. And recently, one of the hottest topics was already covered in the presentations today. One of them is climate crisis, and the other is reduced and weakened productivity. And another issue for Korea is the aging population. And with these three issues, how can we make the fisheries industry more sustainable? And instead of the fisheries industry in general, I wanted to pay more attention to the small-scale fishing businesses, how to revitalize them. And we will have a symposium on this topic in the middle of November. And we have a very complex crises and problems intertwined with one another. And I thought about how we can solve these problems. And let me share my insights on this. And how can we deal with climate change? And how can small-scale fishing businesses respond to climate change so that they can achieve sustainability and revitalization of their businesses? And because of climate change, the productivity goes down, which also impacts the profitability. And as you know, in the coastal areas of Korea, we have about 2,400 fishing villages. But when we look at the entire fishing community in Korea, the profitability is impacted by the reduced productivity, and it is hard for them to engage in sustainable fishing activities. So we have to solve the problem one by one. And can we have one project to solve these problems? And we renew the basic plan for fisheries resources management in Korea every 5 years, which provides action plans and evaluation methods. And I could listen to the updates of these plans from the previous presentations. And do we have a viable project to solve the problems? And can we solve the profitability issue, which resulted from the productivity issue? And now the fishing villages are suffering from the super aging population. And how can we revitalize the industry by attracting youth to the fishing communities? And this is not only for the academia, it is for the players actually working in the field. And in the Carbon Neutrality Framework Act, we have stipulated the marine forest project in Korea. As you know, Korea is discussing blue carbon, which is segregated from the ocean environment. And Korea's strength is not acknowledged by IPCC. And we are number 3 in seaweed production. And I believe that Korea is a global number 1 in seaweed aquaculture. And every country is aware of that. And we have the Framework Act in place now. And by adopting this kind of a framework, can we revitalize the industry? The seaweed-driven carbon offset, which is one sort of carbon trade system, was initiated. I wanted to make it a systematic project. So I would like to do it during my terms. That's why we are conducting research on this. And according to the research findings, the blue carbon credit has issued in the amount of 6.9 million. And the carbon emitters should purchase that credit. And unless it is used for offset, it is still traded, and the price is around $35. And the market size is still small. And from the supplier side, the market size is about $1.6 billion, which is just created. Maybe for the purchaser side, the market size would worth even higher. And from the perspective of the carbon emitters, now ESG regulation is being tightened in Europe. That is why they have to purchase credit to offset their carbon emission. And for these businesses, they might have a chance to achieve carbon neutrality through this trade system, and they can create jobs in the fishing villages, which might attract youth to the fishing community. It might build a virtuous cycle, And this trade system can serve as a catalyst for the entire fisheries sector. And that is the idea as the president of the fisheries, as the Korean Society of the Fisheries Business Administration. And we have to pay more attention to the revitalization of the system, not only to reduce carbon emission, but also to increase the productivity of the fish stock and revitalize the local economy of the fishing villages and communities. And this kind of a policy should be adopted in Korea. And as a researcher, we promise that we will spare no effort in our this research activities. Thank you.
Okay, so he mentioned about the sustainability of small-scale fishing, and also he said that the smaller fishermen's profitability and income is reducing because of the climate change, and he proposed using blue carbon as an alternative to ensure the income. And now we will hear from President Hae-sung Kim of the Incorporated Association Federation, Korea Federation of Coastal Fishermen. From your experience in the field, what are the most urgent support policies that should be implemented immediately? So, please. Thank you. So I represent the Yeongdeok district of the Gyeongsang-Bukdo province. And from June 23rd this year, I became the chairman of the Incorporated Association, Korea Federation of Coastal Fishermen. So before I was representing a certain district, but now that I'm the chairman, I became the chairman, I was able to hear from fishermen nationwide. So I visited some of the districts and, we had phone calls. And where there is difficulty, I went to those places in person to meet with the fishermen in person also. And I heard a lot from the field. So in the coastal villages, I would like to talk about the most urgent issues the fishermen are facing in the coastal areas. So I will make some recommendations or requests to resolve those issues. So the coastal area temperature is rising and the habitats are moving. And I lived in the coastal area for about 43 years, together with the fishermen. So the fishing environment is changing very rapidly. So compared to the previous year, the harvest has decreased by 50%. So that is the urgent situation that they are facing, and the situation is very dire. So there are about 63,000 small ships fishing in the near seas. And if you take out the commute vessels, about 40,000 vessels are actually used for fishing. And when I hear the voices of these fishermen, they are asking for practical and immediate actions by the government. First of all, there is need to structurally improve the fishing society and also to increase the fishing stocks. So the stocks are decreasing. So we are asking for a special act on the fishing stock to be implemented. So the actual subsidies need to be provided. And also the fish farms need to be created in a way that the fishing stocks can be restored. And structural change is also necessary to address the issues. And actually, currently, there's a big gap between consumers' purchase price and the fishermen's selling price. So the government needs to control and try to enhance the resources, and also at the same time, the government needs to establish or enhance the logistics and distribution system, because the current distribution is not favorable for the fishermen. And also, fisheries-related laws and regulations need to be amended. So the current fisheries regulations are unable to address the issues that we are facing in the seas. And also, regulations need to be differentiated according to the different regions. If you look at the East, West, and South Seas in Korea, we adopt different fishing methods, environments are different, and the situation's different. However, the fisheries-related laws and regulations, there is like one legal framework applied to all the seas. So that is why the fishermen would like to have different laws and different regulations applying to the different seas and different regions. And also, we need to have a framework to nurture younger fishermen, because there's not many fishermen, and the fishing villages are becoming more and more hollow. So subsidies and incentives need to be provided to the young fishermen so that they can settle down in the coastal villages. And also technical support and training need to be provided so that they could settle down. And if it is aqua farms, subsidies and technology provision are possible. However, those kind of benefits are not provided to the fishermen. So I took office as a chairman as of July 8th. And as soon as I took office, I actually signed an agreement with KMI, the Korea Maritime Institute. So it was about how we could address all these changes that are happening. So that is why we have signed the MOU with KMI. So by the end of this year, we offered that 1,000 ships operating in the south, east, and west seas will provide data to KMI regarding fishing. And in return, we would like KMI to conduct researches and studies on the climate changes and also the weather changes, so that we can adapt to the changing environment. So that was the gist of MOU. So 1,000 ships will be providing KMI with real-time data collected on the seas as the ships go out to fish. So we would like to join hands with the research institutes. But the thing is that through these joint efforts, we can develop some countermeasures. We can develop some means to address the issues. But the thing is that it needs to be followed by the policy actions of the government. So we would like the governments to take the lead in the whole initiative and provide momentum so as to propel the cooperation between the fishermen and the research institutions. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. It was such a vivid description of the field. And because of the water temperature increase, the fishing stocks are moving. And because of this, the industry is facing a hard reality. And how can we overcome this? The fishing village cannot solve this issue alone, nor can the government. That's why the academia can provide the real-time data, and KMI can analyze the data, and the government can develop the support policy. And it was a great idea. If we have this more practical and concrete, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries can pay attention to this idea, and Mr. Huang can talk about this. Next, let me move on to the Councillor Chongcheol Park from Busan Metropolitan City. I would like to ask about the policies aimed at revitalizing the fisheries industry, which is currently facing various crises. Thank you very much. My name is Park Jongcheol. I'm from Busan Metropolitan City Council. And today, I'm invited as a panelist, and thank you for this opportunity. And before talking about our policies, I would like to talk about the climate crisis and climate change, which is also impacting the fisheries sector. And I would like to talk about this issue first. And what is the biggest challenge coming out of this? And due to climate change, the fisheries industry is facing the worst crisis of the all time because of the rising water temperature, and without oxygen, water mass is another issue. And this issue might sound strange to some of you. However, we have this desertification in the bottom of the deep sea, and this is related to a without oxygen issue. So we have the oxygen dissolved oxygen level in water, and when it reaches 8 milligram per liter, it is very clean water. And if it is between 5 and 8, it is healthy. And if it is 2 to 3, it starts to have a suffocation issue for marine species. And if it is below 2, it is not a proper environment for living species. So without oxygen, water mass, what is the biggest cause of this issue? It is the temperature. Because of the rising temperature, the temperature gap between the surface and the deep sea becomes wider, and DO goes drastically down, and it leads to other issues such as red tide. And even though it is not visible, so it is water, however, there is not enough oxygen. That is the DO issue. And this is a huge challenge for humanity. And this is a challenge from nature against the human beings. And it was covered by the previous panelist. One of the solutions is that when someone cannot breathe, we use the support system. to provide oxygen. And how can we deal with without oxygen water mass issue? We have to inject liquefied oxygen into the water. And we cannot install just one or two devices to solve this issue. It should be at the government level so that we can have a swift response to that. And now these efforts are being expanded. And recently, in Jinhae and South Sea and Gosongman Bay area, due to seasonal reasons, this issue is being expanded. So there are more areas without oxygen, which has a huge impact on marine species, of course. And it poses an even greater threat to the fishing villages. So this year, in 2025, in Gyeongnam Sea area, the damage done to aquaculture community is over 10 billion Korean won. It is a matter of survival, going beyond the matter of environment. And to deal with this, a blue carbon could be one idea. The seaweed and some of the marine species with the seaweed and seagrass can be used for this. And Shinsegae has allocated a budget for their ESG activities. And they planted billions of tons of seagrass in the ocean. And the survival rate was 50%. So we made an injection into the ocean. So seagrass and seaweed, they were injected and planted there. But how much seaweed can we plant further in the future? So I believe that the best option for us is not to contaminate the ocean anymore. We shouldn't release any contaminated water into the ocean. So the ocean should be healthy to prevent the further temperature increase. If we fail to manage the temperature, we cannot sustain the proper condition, and the fisheries industry will face a constant threat and issues, and it will be destroyed to the point where it cannot be recovered at all. So today, I would like to send this message to the experts in the fisheries or maritime industries. You should be alerted of these issues.
Here tonight, today, 오늘 우리가 여기서 모인 것은 by the ocean, 어떤 해양에 의해서 해양이라고 하는 것으로서 우리가 여기서 만나게 됐는데.
So we are gathered here by the oceans, and all these conditions in the oceans shouldn't get worse anymore. So if it passes the critical point, no policy can save the condition. So I talked about the environment lacking DO. We need to think about how to solve this issue first, fundamentally. So I talked about the data from the KMI, and according to the news articles of the local newspapers, it says that Busan area is not a safe zone for these issues. So there are repeated warnings, and without oxygen water mass can generate further weather-related issues. So in the lower layer, there will be no oxygen. Then it will disrupt the marine species which live at the sea bottom. It will generate the desertification or the whitening of the sea bottom. And sulfide hydrogen can be generated, which disrupts the pattern of the living species, which takes a toll on aquaculture. And then the fisheries industry will be damaged entirely. This is the end of my discussion. Thank you.
예, 수고.
Thank you very much. So you mentioned the importance of climate change. So the red tide and the no oxygen state in the seas, they have a huge impact on the fisheries industry. So what's important is for us to have a healthy seas. So the seas need to be healthy in order for us to address these issues. Thank you. So lastly, I would like to invite Director Chun Sung Hwang of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. So you have heard 3 presentations and 4 panelists' remarks. Could you please introduce the government's efforts and plans to address the multifaceted crises currently facing our fisheries sector? So please go ahead. And also, you're welcome to make comments about the remarks made by the fishing communities. Hello, I am Chun Sun Hwang of Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans and Fisheries. So, today we are here to deal with a big topic, and I am not sure whether we are able to, provide a comprehensive solution, but I can tell you that we are working really hard. So if we compare fisheries with agriculture, in case of agriculture, we deal with things that we could see because they are on the land. So for example, according to in line with the climate change, we could, change what we plant, and we could change the varieties. And also, fisheries and also agriculture, are all regulated businesses, so we tend to be a little bit slow in dealing with the changes. But anyway, we are working on that. So there's an internal industry issue, but because of the mega FTA and what's going on in the global market, the global fisheries industries are actually facing a lot of issues too. So it's not only about production, but it's also about the continuance and the ensuring of the income source of the fishing communities too. So we are mindful of all of these issues, and we are working hard. We are doing our best to ensure that the income sources and the livelihood of the fishing communities are protected. So the major plan has been announced some time ago. And as for fisheries, the Coastal Fishing Act had been introduced. So basically, we aim to assess how much fishing stocks there are so that we can protect the livelihood of the fishing community. So that is the big direction of the government. So there's a matter of compensation as the government reduces the permits on the vessels that could go out fishing. And so I think it's very important that the assessment is done very accurately and also suitably. And also it's very important that the fishermen abide by the regulations and the laws, because the government wants to protect their produces. And the government needs to seeks to assess how many vessels, fishing vessels, are necessary, so that everybody in the fishing community can be guaranteed of a certain level of income. So the bill for the law amendment has been submitted, and we are waiting for the bill to pass. And as for the aquaculture, there's also the issue of permits. So the permits currently was granted at the community level or the city level, but with that system, it's difficult to address the current situation. So, for example, you could actually refer to the insurance scheme. So actually, every year, the government pays the insurance payout to a specific fishing stock or species. And if we could give the insurance compensation to a wider species, I think that could also be a way to protect the fishing society. And before, it used to be a bottoms-up. We used to follow the bottoms-up approach for the permit system, but going forward, we are currently considering moving to a top-down approach, which is the government doing like a stock review and assessment at the city level and the region level, and then giving out the permit to the city level and the community level accordingly. So this is a totally different approach that we are considering. And also, we want to change the insurance method too. So, and also we are seeking to introduce a stock-dependent fishery system so that even those vessels cannot go out to fish, they can be protected a certain amount of income. And also we are seeking to change and amend the insurance system too. So as for the blue carbon, well, one pilot project is being implemented now at one city, and we are currently collecting data, and we are currently validating whether seaweeds actually capture carbon, and we are seeking ways to utilize or adopt a carbon trade system with seaweeds. And also, there's one of the R&D project that we would like to implement next year. So to give you an easy analogy, well, there is a certain sea plant, and actually it basically reduces 95% of the CO2 produced by cows. So we have we are seeking of implementing this pilot project so that we could plant more red seaweed asparagopsis because they absorb a lot of carbon. And one of the fishermen representatives talked about the MOU with KMI. And the use of AI has become hot in all aspects of society. So we have been looking at how we could use AI in fisheries too. But the thing is that the data management is very much fragmented in the fisheries. We don't have a big single data set in fisheries. So therefore, the data that we have now cannot really be used to train AI. So that is why we are currently working with the, for example, Korea Institute of Science and Technology so that we could build a big database. And we would like to incorporate most of your concerns in our R&D projects, and we will see how we could do that. So there are many adversities affecting the fishing societies, so sea desertification and also sea whitening are some of the issues that we are also trying to address. However, there are limitation of capital. And also there is so much we can do. So we will work harder together with the Ministry of Environment so that we could at least try to stop further progression of desertification or whitening. Well, and also there's a financial issue too. So I'm a former finance person. Now I'm in the Ministry of Fisheries. So we have limited resources, but how can we efficiently deploy their limited resources so as to resolve the climate issues? I think that is the key. And we are making preparations so that we could announce some supplementary plans to the master fisheries management plan. So that supplementary plan will probably be announced at the end of this year. So as the chairman had mentioned, the objective is to have the conflicts resolved at the community level. So we want to create the functions and the organizations so that the fishermen's distress can be resolved at the community level. And I'll make sure that we prepare more thoroughly to address more issues better. Thank you.
예, 황준성 과장님.
Thank you, Mr. Huang, who shared different policies initiated by the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. And due to a limited time, he couldn't share everything. And I hope that there will be a chance for him to give you even more detailed explanation on policies. And we've just heard all the discussions from our panelists, and we are behind our schedule. Still, I would like to take some questions from the floor, maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Please make it concise due to a time constraint.
네, 안녕하십니까? 저는 국립
Good afternoon. My name is Nam Gyu-won. I'm a student at Pugyong National University. It was a great honor for me to listen to the presentations of experts, and I would like to have an impact on the Korean fisheries industries as someday, just like you. And blue carbon has been mentioned repeatedly. And in the morning, we had a marine bio session, and there was a lot of talk on seaweed as well. And due to climate change, Korean waters are becoming subtropical conditions, and most of the marine species have been replaced by coral reefs. And there are more frequent large-scale typhoons in Korea. It was a 2 to 3 years interval before, but it is almost every year. And seaweed is fixed in the bottom. However, because of typhoon, they get detached and get fixed again. That is how seaweed is replaced by coral. And most of the seaweed live in warm temperature. However, Korean waters temperature are increasing twice faster than other countries' waters. And in this situation, do you believe that blue carbon trade can be a sustainable mechanism for our future if it is based on seaweed? Who can answer this question? Yeah, so you are the one who mentioned the blue carbon, so you can answer the question. I'm not a natural scientist, so let me just simply talk about the ecology of the seaweed. But we have better experts who can talk about this. And in Korea, there is only a few number of specialized researchers in seaweed. However, Seaweed-driven blue carbon is not the focus. Credit itself is the focus here. The credit market is centering around the mangroves. And if we develop a proper mechanism and system, and if we can make it tailored to Korea, and MRV is the most important thing when we issue the credit. And this is processed under the government protocol in Japan, Australia, and Korea. And what about other countries? They are centering on MERA and private institutes. So what I would like to say here is that we are not focused on seaweed ecology, but we are more focused on the trade system. And that is my idea. Thank you.
지금
Okay, so actually another session will begin at 4 p.m. So if it's okay, if you have questions, can you ask the questions individually? Thank you. So please ask the question personally. So I'm sorry, we only have very limited time, so I would like to end the session here. So this concludes the panel discussion for the fisheries session. Let me just make a few comments. Well, I think the conclusion of today's discussion is clear. So what we confirm through this forum is that the crisis in the fisheries is not for a single country, but it's for the whole humanity. So maybe there could be some differences according to... So based on the ideas that we have discussed today, I hope that collaboration and science meet together. Well, I have been living with the seas for all my life, and I hope that the discussion does not end here today. I hope that we could see real changes in the policies and the conversations in the future. So we will end the session here. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentations and the discussions. And also, I apologize for not having enough time for Q&A. I will make sure that more time will be allotted for Q&A next year. So let's give a big round of applause to the moderators, speakers, and the panelists. Thank you. And we will wrap the session here with some photos, and we will begin the session on maritime finance, titled Maritime Finance Crises and Solutions, at 4 p.m. Please stay tuned, and I will meet you at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Hello, Nikos. Can you hear me? Yeah. We want to check your presentation file. Hello.
Hello. Hi. Can
Hi.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you want me to share my presentation?
Yeah, we want to check about that.
It says sharing is not turned on.
Oh, wait, please. Can you do that one more time?
Can you see it now?
Yes, please, full screen, please. We can see your PPT, and please, full screen, please.
Full screen.
Screen show.
Okay, I'm using a PDF. Give me a sec.
Excuse me?
Give me a second.
Okay.
No, hold on.
Right. That's right. Okay.
Can you see the presentation? Can you see the full screen?
Sorry, can you say one more time?
Can you see the presentation in full screen?
Yes, we can see your presentation while in here.
Okay.
아니요. And we want to check translation. So
Okay.
Could you wait for a minute to check the sound? Okay, Professor, can you say any words?
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
Ladies and gentlemen, from 4 p.m. we are going to begin the Maritime Finance session. Please come inside and take a seat.
we will get started really soon with the next session. So I would like to ask all the participants to come inside and take a seat. 네, 그리고 동시 통역 안내 잠시
We provide simultaneous interpretation. You can use the interpretation device on the table. Channel number 3 is Korean and channel number 4 is English.
simultaneous interpretation for this session. Make sure to set it to channel 3 for Korean and 4 for English. 네, 벌써 4시가 되어
So it's 4 o'clock, so let us start the Maritime Finance session. Good afternoon. Welcome to the 19th World Ocean Forum, the Maritime Finance session. And this session is being held as a hybrid forum, bringing together on-site speakers and overseas participants joining us online. We are currently streaming live on both the official World Ocean Forum website and YouTube channels with simultaneous Korean and English broadcasts. You can also view the presentation materials and participate in real-time Q&A through comments on the official forum website, so please feel free to leave any questions you may have for our speakers. So let us begin the Maritime Finance session. And of course, this sector also faces various uncertainties and risks. And we are looking at key risk factors which include fluctuations in shipping market conditions, changes in vessel collateral value, tightening environmental regulations, and many others. In this session, we aim to identify and analyze these uncertainties and challenges and explore solutions for building a sustainable future for marine finance. And now, let me introduce the moderator of this session. Let us welcome Mr. Woo Young-jung, attorney at law at Lee & Co. Please welcome our moderator with a big round of applause.
네, 방금 소개받.
As introduced, my name is Jung Woo-young, and I'm an attorney at law. And today's theme is Marine Finance in Crisis, Challenges and Solution. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all our speakers and participants. And as summarized by our MC, there are various uncertainties in the maritime finance sector. And I asked this question to AI. And this is not written in my book, but AI has posed different risk factors. We are not covering all of them, but the green-colored topics can be covered in this session. So the first one is about market volatility and market risk, and we have regulation risk. And the most frequently discussed topics will be covered here. And the theme of this session is Marine Finance in Crisis, Challenges and Solutions, but it could lead to misunderstanding. So I don't want to call it a crisis. It is more of an volatility, because I don't want people to think that this sector is already in crisis. Now the volatility is very high in this sector, and we will talk about how to respond to this high level of volatility. And let me introduce our first speaker, Professor Nikos Nomikos, and he's a professor from Base Business School, City University of London. And Professor Nomikos is a leading expert in ship finance and heading the MBA and MSc programs at Base, and has conducted extensive research in ship valuation, shipping index development, derivatives. And Previously, he served as head of market analysis at the Baltic Exchange and has authored over 50 academic papers and major publications. And today, Professor Nikos Nomikos will talk about the freight market volatility and risk management using FFAs.
Yeah, we are looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Jung. I would like to thank the organizers and Professor Hyesung Jung for the invitation. It is always a great pleasure to participate and contribute to the World Ocean Forum. Unfortunately, this year, due to a busy schedule and other commitments, it has not been possible to be there in person, but I look forward to the engagement and to the discussion remotely. So, in my allocated 15 minutes, I will try to give you a very quick overview of the freight derivatives market, but I would like to focus today on a slightly different aspect of the market, perhaps an aspect that the vast majority of participants may not be familiar with. So we think of the FFAs as a mechanism through which through which participants can manage and control their freight rate risk, but at the same time, FFAs can also provide a mechanism through which investors can access the freight market, and they can actually invest on the cash flows from a shipping operation without being actually part of the physical freight market. And that can have important implications, both in terms of attracting new capital into shipping, but also helping shipping companies and the shipping community more broadly to access a new source of capital that can be very, very important for the biggest challenge that the industry is facing right now, or one of the biggest challenges that the industry is facing right now, which is that of decarbonization. So here is a very brief overview of my background. Mr. Jung already went through the details. I'm a professor of shipping finance at Bayes Business School, but I'm also closely involved with the industry as a consultant and advisor, and also I'm very proud of my role as well in the Institute of Charter Ship Brokers, where I train and mentor new members of the shipping economic fraternity. So in terms of my quick overview of my presentation, I will provide a quick overview of what freight rates are all about and their risk return profile, and then I would like to focus on the latter part more on the concept of financialization and how that can actually provide a new avenue through which shipping can be tapped by new investors. And finally, Q&A will take place after the end of the presentation. So, why shipping so special? And I'm a professor at the university, so I talk a lot to my students about freight rates and shipping markets being a very, very volatile asset class. But I'm also an economist, and I always try to give a rational economic explanation as to why things are happening. And what is interesting about shipping markets in particular is the fact that you have a very cyclical industry that is affected in a sense by the animal instincts of participants, you know, the feelings of fear and greed when market conditions change, but also by lack of a complete information set. So there are typically, we start, for instance, in a shipping cycle at the top, where you have a market that is either normal or relatively strong. Strong market encourages investment in new assets. And this is typically normal. This is what you observe in all industries. But what makes shipping interesting and unique is that you have the feeling of participants looking also what other participants are doing. So there is herding, there is competition neglect in the sense that one participant following the other in terms of ordering more ships, and combined that increase the order book for new ships. And ultimately, this leads to an increase in order book, an increase in new vessels coming into the market, which are delivered with a lag. This creates a new influx of ships into the market, which usually come at the wrong end of the cycle, causes a reduction in freight rates, a reduction in tonnage due to losses, and then the cycle continues over and over again. And effectively, this circle explains and in a sense describes the history of freight rate volatility. And it seems also that participants go through the same process over and over again. Although this is a mechanism that is well known, still it has a very important impact in freight rates and the level of freight markets. So this creates an environment where freight rates are also extremely volatile. To put that in perspective, if we look at the typical volatility of options that are traded for freight contracts, they're well in excess of 100%. And to put that into perspective, you look at the US stock market, which is the leading investment market in the world right now, and the typical annual volatility is between 15 and 20%. So freight rates are 5 times as volatile as the US stock market. And what I also find interesting is that freight rates are even more volatile than the prices of the commodities they transport. So crude oil, for instance, freight rate volatility is, for the tanker routes, is possibly 3 to 4 times more volatile than the price of the crude oil. So that creates, therefore, a very interesting environment, an environment where, although freight markets and freight rates provide a service, that service is a lot more volatile, a lot riskier than the commodities that these ships actually transport. Now, to make things a little bit more interesting, we also tend to think that freight rates represent a relatively low value or low percentage of the final value of a commodity. But we can see that during market peaks, for instance, in the graph that I present here, freight rate can account for up to 15 or even more % of the final cost of a barrel, for instance, of crude oil. So the freight component as a final percentage of the value of the commodity is not in itself insignificant. And I'm emphasizing that point because quite often we think that freight rate risk is a relatively small component of the value of the commodity, therefore it can be hedged. It doesn't need really to be hedged, but this is far from for the case. So this creates, therefore, an environment where freight rates are volatile, and in fact, freight rates matter in terms of affecting commodity trade. So is that good or bad? You know, obviously we have a very volatile market. We have a market where freight rates fluctuate wildly. High volatility is never a good environment, or doesn't not create an environment conducive for new investment. But it also creates a potentially new asset class that could be used as investors. So the point to note here is that freight rates have relatively low correlation with most other commodities because their fundamentals are different. And they have historically enjoyed higher average returns and higher volatility compared to most other asset classes, compared to equities, fixed income, and other commodities. For instance, in the graph that I present here, we see the cumulative return of investments over a period of 10 years, and you can see that freight rates, especially for Panamaxes, have surpassed most other asset classes in terms of risk-return profile. So this creates, therefore, a very interesting environment. And to prove or to stay more onto that point, it's also interesting to see what would be the benefits if we were to add freight rates in an investment portfolio. So if I'm a pension fund, I would usually invest most of my funds into equities. Different types of equities, I will follow different strategies, but by and large, equities will form the vast percentage of my pension fund. I would also look into alternative asset classes, occasionally as commodities, but these are considered relatively more exotic. Now, if I add into a broad, fairly diversified portfolio freight rate, it significantly improves the risk-return profile. It creates both higher returns, but also lower risk. So it provides a very good diversifier, an asset class that can actually improve the performance of assets, but also make the values of the portfolio more resilient to broad economic conditions. So this could be potentially a new asset class. Now, the obvious question is that given that this is the case, given that freight rates can be a very important component in a portfolio, why the market hasn't recognized that or hasn't, if you like, implemented that as of now? The answer to that question is that freight rates are not an easy asset to invest in. By employing ships for the transportation of cargo, in itself, it is not an asset on which you could invest. However, and this is really the main point of my presentation, the availability of freight contracts, the availability of FFAs in particular, can create a situation where a freight rate can be invested in the same way as you would invest in any other asset class. So, if I look at, therefore, at the overall management of freight rate risk, management of risk is very, very important. Although we emphasize that there are different steps in the risk management process, the step of managing risk or controlling risk is essential. And in the freight markets, freight rate risk can be controlled using the FFAs. What is the main feature of the FFA is that they are cash settled. So that is very important in the sense that these are forward contracts that do not actually involve the delivery of cargoes or delivery of ships, as is the case in other commodity markets. They purely trade the value of freight, the cash value of freight. They are settled as the difference in cash between different types of contracts, and they provide the mechanism through which freight rate risk can be managed and can be transferred from different participants. And also, they provide a very important avenue through which you can get price visibility and price discovery for up to 7 or 8 years out. So as an owner now, I have an indication of where my earnings, or as a charterer, where my costs are going to be for the next 8 years. And that is quite an important contribution in terms of providing a settlement tool. The routes and the components and the freight rates that these contracts cover are quite diverse, but effectively they reflect all major trading routes for the dry bulk market or all major voyage routes for the tanker market. This is, for instance, a map that shows the different trade flows covered by voyage FFAs for the dirty tanker market. You can see that it covers more or less all the major trading routes. So in the sense, these routes are universal in terms of reflecting the overall market activity, and they can be used by market participants in all sorts of different ways. The main advantage that these routes provide is the fact that they provide a mechanism through which owners and charterers can manage their risk. And the main benefit is that you can, as a participant, as an operator in the market, you can decouple the physical from the paper side. So as an owner, the main strength that owners have is that they are, especially tramp ship owners, is that they're very good operators in the spot market. They tend to run very lean operations, being very efficient in how they control the cost, and they prefer the spot market because contracts are short term and therefore they have the most upside potential. So they can still exploit that, which is the main competitive advantage for a tramp ship owner, but at the same time, try to use the paper market in order to counterbalance freight market volatility when the market moves the other way. Equally, owners could also be operating in the time charter market, but they can still use the FFAs, or overall, they can combine paper and physical and thereby achieving an optimum risk return profile. How popular is the market? It represents a significant volume of the underlying trading activity. For 2024, we had approximately, for 2023 and 2024, we had approximately 3 million lots of contracts. That roughly corresponds to 3 billion tons of seaborne trade, which roughly stands for about 75% of the global dry bulk seaborne trade. But when I look at that for the major bulks such as coal, iron ore, and grains, FFA volume is at par or if not higher than the underlying trading activity in the market. So especially for the larger sizes, the Cape sizes and the Panamaxes, we now trade more paper than physical. And that is an important development in its own right because it is a sign of a market that is maturing and it is a sign of the market that is liquid. And liquidity is, of course, very, very important because the nightmare for every trader is to be trading in a market that is illiquid. Illiquid markets are not good, they increase transaction costs, and they can create situations where market participants will be exposed to extremely high risk. So who are the actual participants in the markets? Obviously, we have traditional players. I may use the term traditional. I mean, participants that have exposure in the freight market, owners, operators on the one hand, on the long side, on the sell side of freight, charters, traders on the buy side, so the users of freight, but we also see increasing participation of financial participants. And this is the interesting part I would like to focus on for the remaining 2 to 3 minutes of my presentation. Financial participants are very important for two reasons. A, they add diversity in the market. B, they provide additional liquidity. They are financial participants. They have no skin on the physical game. So they are not owners, they are not charters, they have no ships, they have no cargoes. But they invest in the market for different reasons because they act as service providers or they want to tap into the unique risk return profile as I alluded in my presentation earlier. And that leads me to the last point in my presentation, which is about the role of financialization. And financialization is one of the key developments in the market. FFAs have turned volatile earnings into tradable exposure. That has led to the attraction of new pools of capital into shipping in the form of pension funds, hedge funds, commodity index trading funds, exchange traded funds, and we have seen examples of each one of those categories in freight. They provide liquidity, but they also add a degree of sophistication in the market. These are very smart players, smart money, if you like, if I may use that term. They operate in data-driven environments and they apply these approaches in shipping as well. So high liquidity makes FFAs an effective hedging tool. Therefore, this way, owners can focus on improving operational performance while at the same time being aware that they have stability on the earning side. And this is very important because usually what we see in markets is that high volatility reduces investment because of the very high uncertainty. Owners, participants are more reluctant to invest. So having an environment where freight rates are relatively, or freight rate risk can be managed, creates a condition that is very important for the purposes of fleet renewal, fuel efficiency, and most importantly, decarbonization. And I would like to conclude my presentation with this sort of statement that markets reward credible decarbonization strategies, but also penalize inefficiency. So usually capital is allocated to operators who can deliver both commercial performance and environmental progress. So the last point, therefore, I would like to emphasize is that FFAs can be a very effective tool, not only for the purposes of risk management, but also for the purposes of creating an investment environment that is more stable for market participants, can provide price discovery, and can provide price certainty for a longer horizon period, which in view of the impending pressures and the capital gap for the decarbonization process can be an important additional consideration. And that concludes my presentation. I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the presentations of the fellow participants and the discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation on the course. To give more times for your presentation, but you might have some times in the discussion sessions if you have. Next, 다음에는요, 두 번째.
Okay, next. I would like to welcome Mr. Yoon-gu Chung, Director of Transportation and Logistics Asia Pacific at ING Singapore. Mr. Jung began his career at ING Bank Korea in 2010 as an account manager in the Corporate and Institutional Loans Division. He moved to ING Singapore's Transport and Logistics Division in 2013 and currently oversees ship and container financing transactions across Asian markets. He gained investment banking experience in ECM and M&A at Samsung Securities and holds a and also he holds a PhD in finance from Bayes Business School and MA in financial law and a BA in statistics. In this session, he will present on the topic of the impact of BIS capital regulations on marine finance. Please welcome Mr. Jung with a warm round of applause.
My name is Kane Jung. It is a real pleasure to be here today, not as a speaker, but as a person or someone who is reconnecting with a very special person in my academic journey. As you just saw it, the previous speaker, Nikos Nomikos, was my PhD supervisor. So it is a bit surreal that actually I shared the stage with my professor who once guided me, my research process all the way from A to Z. So I think this is a testament that how far the mentorship can take you and how conference like this can bring people to the full circle. So for the next 15 minutes, I'm going to talk about the impact of Basel IV on maritime finance and strategic purposes. But for the benefit of the major audiences, for the remaining time, I'll present it in Korean.
So today, I'm going to, first of all, tell you about the changes in the new Basel IV and its impact on the marine financing. So first of all, I would like to briefly introduce ING Bank and also my division, Transportation and Logistics Division. And then I would like to give you an overview of Basel IV and the intention and the objective of Basel IV. And then I will talk about what impact Basel IV will have on banks' lending behavior, especially banks' marine financing behavior, and how the behaviors and the strategies of the banks could change accordingly. And then I will talk about how the shipping companies could behave accordingly too. And then I will tell you about whether this Basel IV will only pose risks or are there any solutions to overcome these challenges. Okay, so first of all, a brief introduction of ING. So we are a Dutch global bank. And as mentioned earlier, as for the Transport and Logistics Division, where I belong, we are in London, Amsterdam, Singapore, and Frankfurt. And we cover all the global companies, especially the shipping companies. We not only do ship financing, we do container financing and port financing too. And in Singapore, Korea is in my coverage too. And Korea has a big growth potential and is a very important part of my portfolio. And also, as mentioned earlier, I got a PhD from Bayes Business School, thanks to the guidance of Professor Nomikos. And now I work at ING Singapore, and I'm the head of ship financing. Okay, so a brief overview of Basel IV. Well, before that, I would like to just go over some of the terminologies, because when I was asked to give a presentation, well, so actually I was asked to talk about the BIS regulations, but there's some terminology mixes like BIS, Basel Committee. These tend to be used in mixture or wrongly used. So I would like to clarify the definition of what each represents and then proceed with my presentation. So first of all, we use the term BIS a lot. BIS actually represents Bank for International Settlement, and it is a global financial institutions in Basel. So there are 63 member banks who own the shares of BIS, and BOK is also one of the shareholder too. So BIS's major objective is not to come up with a Basel framework. So actually they work with the central banks across the world and set up the policies. So then why was Basel produced by BIS? There's a committee called BCBS under BIS, and actually it is BCBS under BIS that create the Basel framework. So the Basel III or IV was developed by BCBS, not exactly BIS. And also, then is Basel framework binding? Is it a standard or a regulation or a law? So this is only a framework. It's not a regulation. So therefore, it is a Basel framework. It is an agreement. So therefore, each of the country can either set up regulations and laws to make this Basel III requirements more binding. For example, in Europe, they have their own regulatory and legal framework to make the abidance of Basel III more mandatory. So the biggest objective of Basel IV is to enhance financial stability even more than before. Then the question is how? So here they want to manage the RWA, which is the risk-weighted asset. So the Basel Committee wants to reduce the variability of RWA in order to enhance the financial stability. So Basel I was first announced in 1981, and since then now we are at Basel IV. So throughout the history, the purpose of the Basel framework was the same, to enhance financial stability. And also when we talk about Basel IV, where it's not a official name, actually Basel III Post III reform is actually the official name of the Basel IV. So the amendment so actually this is an amendment of Basel III. And however, there's so much difference between Basel III and the amendment, and also it has such a big impact on the market, so therefore we call it Basel IV in the market. But so today, for the purpose of convenience and as it is already much used in the market, I will call this the Basel IV framework today. So in order to explain what Basel IV is, I think it is important for us to understand why Basel IV is such a big issue and why it is so important. And under the Basel framework, we have to understand first how RWA is calculated. We need to understand that first. So I only have 15 minutes, so it's difficult to explain everything within 15 minutes. So I will use the Q&A time, if possible, to tell you how RWA is calculated in more detail. But anyway, to give you an easy method, you need to have three variables to calculate RWA. One is PD, one is LGD, and the other is LGD. PD is probability of default. So what is the likelihood of you going default? And there's LGD, loss given default. So how much you will lose at default. And there's EA, the exposure at default. So what is your exposure upon default? And also, in calculating RWA, Basel proposes three methods. One is the standard approach. Second is the internal rate-based approach. So in Korean, it's called 내부 신용등급법. So there are two ways under this approach. One is FIRB or FIRB. This is a foundational internal model-based approach. And then second is an advanced IRB, AIRB. So as for the standard approach, this is the simplest, and this exists since the time of Basel I framework. So when you calculate your RWA, you don't think about the expertise of the bank, and also we use the external credit criteria to calculate your RWA. And in case of the RRB based, in case of FIRB, as mentioned earlier, we use the PD is calculated as per the internal models of the bank. And in case of LGD, a fixed variable is used. And in case of AIRB, which is most flexible, PD, LGD are all calculated using the bank's internal model. And accordingly, the RWA is calculated. So most of the European banks so far, especially if they do ship financing, they use the AIRB, meaning that they calculate their own PD and LGD using their internal models. But under Basel IV, there was a big change. So there were two big changes, actually. One, whether you use FIRB or AIRB, the RWA calculation should be higher than 72.5% of the RWA that's calculated based on the standard approach. So for example, if your RWA is 100, according to standard approach, whatever model you use, your RWA needs to be higher or same as 72.5%, 72.5. And also, when you use a IRB, as mentioned earlier, PD and LGD can be calculated using the bank's internal models. We say it's the internal model, but still the models has to be approved by the authority. But anyway, you are able to use your own PD and LGD under AIRB, but now the LGD floor is set at 15%. What this means is that, for example, if the LGD calculated using my internal model is 10%, then you cannot use 10%, you have to use 15%, because 15 is the lowest that you could go. And as mentioned earlier, in case of LGD, this is the biggest component in calculating RWA. So even by simple calculation, if LGD goes up to 15%, it means that your RWA could be doubled at the least. So that is why this is a big impact for the banks and also a big burden for the banks too. And this is what I have just mentioned. So in case of FIRB, the LGD is a fixed value. So in case of ship financing, LGD is set and fixed at 25%. And according to AIRB, the 50% is now the floor. So no matter how much you lower your LGD, you cannot go below 50%. And I'm going to come back to this later. But as for the LGD, it's very highly correlated with LTV, because think about the meaning of LGD. It is how much I can recover when I go default. So intuitively speaking, if my collateralization rate is higher, it means I can recover more. So that is why LGD and LTV have a very high correlation, positive correlation. But now under Basel IV, no longer how much LTV, how much collateral you have, the LGT could only go down to a certain level. So before, if you look at the Moody's or EBA materials, even conservatively speaking, this Basel IV is going to have about 25% of RWA impact for the banks. And if the LGD of your shipping portfolio is like 1 digit, then the impact is going to be much higher, not only 20 or 30%. Then, how are the banks going to react to this? So just intuitively speaking, we could easily expect that the banks will first consider whether they will continue ship financing or not, because as for the banks, the biggest concern would be in which industry and which segment they will invest with their limited resources and generate more ROI and generate more interest income. But in case of ship financing, if they lend at the same conditions, the ROI would go down dramatically. So the banks' margin in ship financing will decrease inevitably. So in the case of some of the European banks, they actually discontinued ship financing altogether because of these changes. But then if the banks decide to continue ship financing, then logically they are left with two solutions. One is, as mentioned earlier, the LGD is a fixed value now. So one way to reduce RWA is to reduce PD, to reduce the probability of default. Then how do you do that? So it means that the banks will give lending to higher credit-worthy ship owners. Only then they could kind of offset the increase in the RWA and LGD. So that's why we could easily expect the flight to quality. They would want to lend to better companies, and also therefore SMEs will have even bigger difficulty in sourcing money going forward. And also, if the same interest rate is to be applied, the profit margin would go down for the banks. So that is why the margin pressure will be increased for the banks going forward. So that is why the banks will be under pressure to generate other ancillary margin too. So what's going to happen for the shipping companies? So the margin pressure is going to get higher, so the lending price will go up. So before, the shipping companies will go to the banks for lending, but now they have lesser access to the bank lending. So that is why shipping companies will have to diversify the source of funding going forward. And leasing, private equity fund were some of the options for the shipping companies. But I think ECA got the biggest uplift thanks to Basel IV, because the sovereign debt is not impacted by Basel IV. So if the banks have ECA, then they could actually reduce a considerable amount of RWA. So we believe that ECA will be further encouraged going forward. And most of the European banks are very interested in green financing. So even if they lose a little bit of credit, they will probably give more favorable conditions to the ship owners who are more ESG friendly. So then what kind of responses can we expect from the market? As mentioned earlier, from the bank's perspective, they would focus more on stronger and sounder clients, and also they will be under a big pressure to create ancillary profits on top of lending. And then for the shipping companies, if they move actually more to green businesses, and also if they diversify their financing sources, then it could be an opportunity for them. So I was under a lot of time restraints, so I had to finish early. But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them during the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. I believe that Dr. Chung is the only scholar in Korea who earned a PhD and master's degree on Basel III and IV. So it was a very insightful presentation, and I believe that this is very important. And in 2007, most of the exposure was from the commercial bank. However, out of the total exposure in 2017, the commercial bank's portion has gone down drastically. And why was that? It was because of a Basel regulation, and it was before Basel IV in Korea. It was at Basel III stage. However, because of the regulation risk, the banks which provided ship financing closed the window, and it was such a valuable presentation. And now we will have Mr. Jae-sung Choi, Managing Director of Clarksons Korea, deliver a presentation on the topic of global shipping market. Mr. Choi majored in maritime law at the University of Plymouth in the United Kingdom. He previously worked at Maersk and Clarksons Plateau, Singapore as a project manager and director, and leading various international contract and sales advisory projects. And since 2017, as Managing Director of Clarksons Korea, he has been leading major domestic public sector projects, including LNG consulting, Arctic route advisory, and investment projects for Korea Electric Power Corporation's WTIV business. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jae-sung Choi to the stage.
네, 정우현 변호사님 그 소개.
Thank you very much, moderator, for a kind introduction. So I can skip the slide of my self-introduction. And today I'm assigned with 15 minutes for my presentation, so let me speed up. So in general, my presentation is about tariff and USTR measures. The time has passed since these measures were announced. But I don't think talking about these measures itself is not, I don't think it is helpful to talk about this. So instead, I will talk about the impact on bank and cargo owners and liners, so that you can reflect this information in your decision-making process. And let us begin with the cargo volume. And shipping and shipbuilding industries are animals eating off uncertainties. For the past decade, because of the global risk, the global shipping and shipbuilding industries have undergone changes drastically. Under Trump 1.0 administration, there were changes to these industries, and it was just the beginning. And it looks like time has passed. However, we had a COVID pandemic where we started the green shipping, and because of the Russian and Ukrainian war, there was changes to the supply chain. That is why Korean shipyards are enjoying a boom in LNG. the trade war is still going on. And in other words, from now on, we will face a new type of uncertainty. So you have to take this, you have to have this in your mind. And the biggest player in cargo volume is China. They have over 31% influence in the global cargo volume. So I will talk about USTR later. And at the end of the day, a USTR will have a multifaceted impact on Korea. And we have an ongoing global uncertainties which are displayed on the screen. And for each ship type, there are ship types which are directly impacting the tariff, and some ship types are not. And in case of containers, they are exposed heavily to tariff and USTR measures, because in case of containers between China and the US, the impact is over 10,000 TU. And in case of car carriers, it is a huge market in the US. And if it is going to China, the exposure is relatively higher. And unlike the US and unlike Trump 1.0, back then there was a heavy impact on bulk carriers. However, this time it is not the case. There is relatively smaller impact on bulk carriers. So after all, tariffs are imposed on cargo owners. That is why the liners should find a better contract with better cargo owners to reduce their own exposure. And because of the tariff issue, there has been much changes to market projection. And in 2018 and 2019, under Trump 1.0, bulk carrier had the highest exposure. However, as I said, now it is car carriers and containers. And the global cargo volume is expected to have a 1.5% increase. And it is a smaller number compared to the previous trade war between China and the US in 2018. And the Chinese reaction is also interesting. Back in 2018, China was very sensitive about it. However, what about this time? China remains calm. That means that China is internally ready. They were fully ready for Trump 2.0. And tariff has an impact on cargo volume. And what about USTR? It has an impact on new building and the players who was preparing for new building. And China is taking up about 53% of the entire volume. So China is an overwhelming player in the market. And Korea also has a large share. However, USTR measures will have a favorable impact on the Korean shipbuilding and shipping industries this time. And China has invested in vessel types which Korean shipyards cannot build, and that's how they garnered a larger market share. That is for container, that is mostly container ships. And China is competing against Korean major shipyards in terms of LNG. However, Korea is still dominant. And Chinese shipyards have a different behavior pattern now. And they focused on domestic consumption in the past. However, it is only 30% of their order book now, and 70% of their orders are from international owners. And regarding USTR proposals, it is targeting the Chinese investors and Chinese-built ships. And up to 2028, the cargo volume and approximately 5% of them should be US-built ships. And LNG is a strategic cargo for the US. That is why US is being a bit greedy about it. But as you know, after all, establishing shipyards in the US, that's not the idea behind this. It's not about direct investment. And Hanwha Ocean built a strategic partnership with the US, and they build ships in the US, and they will be defined as US-built ships, which will enjoy favors from the US government. However, the Chinese-built ships will be exposed to taxes, which is an unfavorable measure for them. And on October 14th, President Trump wanted to meet President Xi, and 180 days have passed. And starting from October 14th, the USTR started to impose a penalty on the Chinese-built ships. And it is $18 for each ton, and it is $120 for a container, and it will continuously increase until 2028. And H&M is operating 14,000 TEU. But if they would like to call a port in the US, and it is $1.7 million in 2025, and the fine will be $3.4 million in 2028. It is a huge burden for liners. And because of the USTR proposals, the freight expectation, the freight prediction has changed. And the situation is less favorable compared to the earlier this year. And MR tanker and VLCC will be more impacted because of this USTR measures. And Chinese shipyards and Chinese-built ships are influenced mostly by the container liners. And container ships will take up the largest portion of the Chinese order book, which is followed by car carriers. And MPP ships, such as multi-purpose vessels, most of them are Chinese-built ships. So other than LNG, most of the ship types are dominated by the Chinese players. And the penalty against the Chinese-built ships was decided by USTR proposals. However, before that, there was a huge number of new building orders for the Chinese shipyards. And before COVID, the cargo owners had the highest motivation for container ships. Because of the green shipping technologies, there was new orders for that. However, cargo owners asked containers to use green shipping technologies. That's why there was a huge volume of orders. However, because of the technological prowess, Korean shipyards are still winning the contracts in terms of LNG. So you can see most of the container liners which placed an order on the Chinese shipyards, and they have a higher portion of US port calls. And you can find the name of major container players here. And car carriers are heavily exposed to Chinese shipyards as well. And in case of bulk carriers, so it has a larger room for interpretation, and there are many Chinese operators in the bulk carrier, and they will just reduce the number of US port calls. But as I said before, and in case of Busan, it is called as an intermediate carrier, and Busan port can have a benefit from the current situation. They don't have to stay at the Chinese port, and there will be more vessels which would like to unload their cargo in Busan ports. And because of these issues, until the end of 2024, the new building orders has gone down drastically since 2024. So most of the Korean shipyards have achieved their target. However, the new build orders have gone down. And in the third and fourth quarter, there was a decreased number of new build. However, from now on, because of the benefits for the Korean shipyards, now there is an increasing trend for new builds for the Korean shipyards. And in case of a new build, we still have some room for new build in Korea. And the favorable situation for the Korean shipyards, regarding this, there is something interesting. And most of the fleet, global fleet, is overaged. So when you look at the distribution, so it has been shifted from Europe to Asia. And even though Korea has a smaller cargo volume, but Korea has another advantage. And another interesting point is that major operators own many vessels. However, globally, the owners have on average 4 ships. So most of the owners have a small number of ships. So that is an interesting fact. And starting from 2017, there has been a policy toward green shipping. And when you see the red bar, that is about the first generation of eco-friendly fleet. And it started in 2012 or 2013. However, we still have a long way to go. So 36% of the fleet is over 15 years old. And in case of a PCC, more than half of them is over 15 years old. But by selling the container ships, that sector reduced the aged fleet to 31%. This is one example, but I have to skip this because of a time constraint. And because of technological changes, in the past we used to mount scrubbers and many other devices to comply with the green shipping policy. And for new build, it is adopting a dual fuel platform. And lastly, the container ship is important for Korean liners. So we developed this scenario. So because of issues related to tariffs and USTR, how much will go down for the freight rate of container ship? So we developed this graph that if we have a proper condition, the freight rate will not go down that drastically. And this is similar to what I said before. And I talked about tariff and USTR and eco-friendly ship investment. So I delivered the presentation in a rushed way, but thank you for your attention.
I think there was so much information, and I'm sorry that we were only able to give you a little time. But anyway, those people who are studying this area, I think this PPT deck includes a lot of very valuable information. So I think they could be very helpful for you. So now we would like to introduce the last speaker for this session. Mr. Dong-Hae Lee, Director of Maritime Finance Center at Busan International Finance Promotion Agency. Director Lee is an expert in international and structured finance with over 30 years of experience spanning the shipping, shipbuilding, and financial ecosystems. So I think he knows everything in this sector. So now he's playing a leading role in developing ship finance products and establishing maritime funds. And also he's doing a lot of researches on maritime industry finance, focusing on transition to eco-friendly ships, revitalizing one-denominated ship finance. So he'll present on the topic implementation plan for one-denominated ship finance considering exchange rate risks. Nice to meet you. I am Dong-Hae Lee, the director at Busan Finance Center, Maritime Finance Center. So since last year's, we have opened this Busan Finance Center or Maritime Finance Center last year. And we aim to be the think tank in Busan area for maritime finance. I would like to thank all the speakers who have given us valuable presentations today. And we are also putting in a lot of thoughts in how to vitalize ship financing in Busan. So actually, there is a direction that I am thinking. I want Busan to become the hub of maritime finance or ship finance, so that anybody in the world could think of Busan first when they talk about maritime finance or ship finance. So I have several pages ready, but I want to talk about currencies. So when we think about exchange rates and currencies, well, everybody says that we have to do currency business so that we could get this resource to invest $350 billion in the U.S. So, but anyway, I'm going to talk about three things today, and three categories are actually interconnected with each other. So I want Busan to become a financial hub or the maritime finance hub. And to do that, I think we need to have Korean won-denominated ship finance, green ship tax lease, and also we need to have the collaboration together with the Shipbuilders Mutual Aid Association. So I hope that there could be other opportunities to talk about the other issues, but today I will focus more on the one-denominated ship finance today. So I asked AI this morning. So we use Korean won in Korea, and what is the share of Korean won in the global trade? And I asked that question to AI, and it says, in international settlement, Korean won-denominated share is very minimal. And also it says Korean won-denominated settlement is almost non-existent. So that is the response I got from AI. But anyway, think about the Korean economy. I mean, Korean economy is not minimal in international trade, but culturally, and thinking of a lot of things that's happening in Korea, defense, culture. I know Korea is a leader in many areas, But it seems that in terms of currency, Korea tends to be far behind. So about 15 years ago, at the time of the Enron situation, we thought about how we could do ship financing using Korean won. Actually, that began 15 years ago, and actually we have started to gain some momentum since last year. So I have published books and I'm making a lot of presentations in forums. So I mean, is Korean won getting the right treatment in the market? Because we have ship owners, we have shipbuilding industry, and we have large banks in Korea. And actually, the Korean won denominated capital market is not at all small. So now I would like to talk about the possibility of the Korean won to be used in the ship financing sector today. So the internal maritime clusters are relevant with this topic, and the shipbuilding companies and the business in Korea is also a factor that we should consider. But anyway, let's look at the global ship finance market. So Europe, so less Europe and more Asian market is the trend that we are seeing now. And also the less bank and more capital market is another trend that we are seeing. And that's another trend. So traditional banks doing traditional ship finance is getting smaller, but actually non-banks are doing more ship finance. So what this means is usually the policy financing institutions tend to do ship finance. For example, the Korea Development Bank and the Kexim Bank. So the ECAs and the policy banks, the so-called traditional, so these are not traditional banks, and more of non-traditional banks are doing ship financing. That is a global trend, and that is a domestic trend too. So in Korea, it's usually the policy banks doing ship financing, not the commercial banks. And also the capital market solutions are being developed more and more. And this is the graph that I took from my distinguished fellows' research. So if you look at the ship finance balance, you could see that private finance takes up a very small portion in ship finance. But if you look at the global trend, you could see a lot of finance comes from global companies. And actually, I am a little bit worried, as Mr. Chung had mentioned, because of the RWA. And actually, ship finance is considered as object finance in Korea, so there's an additional risk weight that we have to consider. So a lot of domestic ship finance comes from global institutions. So if they start to deleverage, then that has a huge impact on the Korean ship industry. So then why is the participation of the private sector so small or minimal? First of all, we have some bad memories of this prolonged recession in the shipping area. So after the Lehman situation, before the pandemic, the shipping industry had suffered a long recession. So those people who have the memory of that times, they have really bad memories about the investing in the shipping industry. So when I try to make a proposal about ship financing to the credit committee, then everybody would say, back at my time this happened, so I can't approve. And the other problem is the Basel III. So actually, I think the foreign parties, the foreign markets are more affected by Basel IV than the Korean companies. So again, that will have impact on Korea. And third is the disadvantages in getting US funds. So the thing is that the maturity gap will happen because you have to borrow for 3 years and then lend for 5 years. So there's a maturity gap. And also, most of the commercial banks have difficulty sourcing dollars when the market goes down. So that's the other thing. And also, there's a difference of fundraising cost when the fund is raised by KDB or the commercial bank. So if you look at the bottom, so you could see there's about like 30 BP or so price gap of raising money. So is there a room for Korean won denominated ship finance to prosper? I believe yes. So there's KEPCO and the Gas Corp, right, in Korea. And they deal with 100% domestic market. And KOGAS and KEPCO, their income, their revenue is 100% Korean won denominated. But for long-term employments, they make the payments in dollars. So their sales is marked in Korean won, but in order for them to source money from elsewhere, they have to sell their Korean won to buy the USD, or maybe they have to issue bonds in the overseas market. But then is that really necessary? Is that the only way to do this? Why don't we look at this page? So we have ship makers in Korea. So for the ship maker, the shipbuilder's perspective, if they have 100% USD contracts, so there will be dollar expenses. So they have to pay some dollar expenses to cover the labor cost and the maintenance cost. So they have to sell their dollars to cover that. But what if the contract is in Korean won? It means that they will be short on dollar and long on Korean won. So the OS and OB will be opposite. But then if we have a right mix, for example, if one contract is in dollar, if the other contract is in Korean won, then we will have this beautiful square position. So currently, most of the contracts are in dollars, but thankfully, most of the ship builders, the shipbuilding yards are in Korean. And of course, short Korean is a difficult position for them to maintain. We all understand the need for hedging and everything, but anyway, having some contracts in Korean won gives you a better leverage, actually. And actually, the best part is actually this. Sorry, I'm not used to using these flickers. But anyway, the best part is this, the banks. So as you could see here, in case of dollar finance, for example, so I'm sorry for naming a certain bank, but anyway, Citibank will have the biggest benefit. So it is a US-based commercial bank, so they will be at the best position for this. And then comes like the policy finance institutes like KDB and then the private banks have the least favor. And also the local banks, the regional banks, are even less favored than the bigger private banks because they get lesser credit rating. But then what if it is Korean won finance? Then the order will be exactly the opposite. So in case of KDB, they issue corporate bonds. And average 1-year bond rate is 3.5% as of March 2023. But anyway, average pooled interest rate for the consumer banks is 2.45%. And that is actually what makes the private banks participate less in ship finance market. And actually, the private banks will be in a better position to participate in this market if the contracts are actually made in Korean won. And there are the shipping companies, and naturally they will be able to hedge some of the currency risks. But anyway, there are certain areas that have to be settled in the US dollars. For example, bunkering and the aviation side, but we could manage that. And in case of coal gas and KEPCO, they do settlement really well, so that will not be an issue. And then there's cargo owners. I think they have a big power in this whole equation. So as for what's going to be the starting point of the Korean won-based contracts? And I think the energy companies, the utility companies should take the lead. So actually, I made this proposal to the Ministry of Finance so that maybe Korean-denominated ship finance can receive higher scores in performance assessments, for example. And I made that proposal. And if you think about it, this market is not small at all. So with a current exchange rate, the market size is about like 3 trillion won. About 30% of the total Korean ship finance can be denominated in Korean won, according to my rough estimation. So Korean won is hardly used in this market, and especially in the high priority loans, most of the lending is provided by global institutions. It's not that I have any grudge against them. It's just that there is more room for the Korean players to play. So, I tend to abide by time. I am mindful of time, but this is an important part, so I want to spend a few more minutes here. So we could expect a lot of benefits from this. So, basically you could build ships using Korean won. That is one way. It's because, we build the ships with Korean won, but if you sell it to the global market, then we'll be earning dollars. So that is an important point. And especially for coal gas, there's this thing called LOU. So basically, it's their undertaking of the losses. So everybody in the finance sector are aware of the risk of defaults. But these ships, shipbuilding has highly zero probability of default. And I hope we could have a heated discussion during the panel discussion regarding ship finance. Because once again, if we could settle 30%, or if we could have 30% of the ship financing settled in Korean won, I think that could be a great way to vitalize the market. Thank you.
울분을 토하듯이 하셨습니다.
That was very emotional presentation. Korean banks provide financing for Korean businesses, but ship financing is something natural. But why is it covered as a presentation topic? Because a dollar is used as default. And this kind of a foreign currency market ship financing was started in the 1990s. And the prime rate was 12 to 13%. And with additional interest rate, it was about 15%. However, combined with lever and spread, with a 3 months spread at the peak, it was 3.5%. So for U.S. market, the ship financing was 6% at maximum, and Korea started the dollar-based financing. However, we have to. It is a better option to do the Korean won-based financing. I agree with the presenter. And we listened to all the presentations, and we have to set up the stage for the discussion. Thank you.
네, 지금까지 네 분의 발표.
So we listened to 4 presentations. So we gave 15 minutes to each presentation. It was a highly dense presentations, and I'm sorry that we couldn't give you more time. And we are going to begin the panel discussion right after setting up the stage. We are going to invite the presenters as well as our panelists. And personally, listening to the presentation, and Mr. Lee Dong-hae's presentation was very impressive. So he said there is a malicious AI, and I wondered whether it is a GPT or Gemini. And Professor Nomikos talked about the FFA hatch, and Mr. Jung Yoon-gu talked about Basel III final version, and Basel IV regulation risk was covered. And Mr. Choi Jae-sung talked about tariff and USTR and green shipping and the impact of the trade war between China and US on car carriers and container ships. And the last presentation delivered by Mr. Lee talked about the ship finance and malicious AI. And now we are going to invite 4 presenters and panelists for the panel discussion. Please come up to the stage and please welcome the panelists with a big round of applause. I cannot hear you, clap. Please welcome the speakers with a big round of applause.
네, 토론자분들께서 먼저 작성 부탁드리겠습니다.
So we will have panelists sitting next to the moderator. So we were supposed to have a 15-minute discussion, but now you have a shorter time. I'm sorry about that. We have a time constraint, so we are going to jump into the discussion. It is already 5:27 p.m. and we have to wrap up by 6 p.m. So I know that you are all experienced panelists, so I believe you will keep the time. And let me introduce our panelists. And right next to me, we have Professor Hee-sung Yoon, who is the Dean of Graduate School of Maritime Finance, Korea, Maritime and Ocean University. He holds a PhD in Maritime Finance and Management and has conducted extensive research in maritime industry fields, such as shipping market forecasting and freight rate risk management. He currently serves as the Dean of the Graduate School of Maritime Finance at KMOU. Do you want to greet the audience? So what is interesting is that Professor Yoon and Mr. Jung Yoon-gu, one of our speakers, and the first speaker, Professor Nomikos, they all studied at Base Business School. So we have to call them Base Society, maybe. And Dr. Yoon earned the degree earliest out of these three. And the next panelist is Mr. Tae-hee Kim, Director of the Maritime Finance Center of the Korea Development Bank. Mr. Kim leads the Maritime Finance Center at KDB with extensive experience in project financing and structured finance. He previously served as the CEO of KDB Ireland and head of PF1 division, where he oversaw PPP and international projects in the infrastructure, shipping, and aviation sectors. So he's the second panelist, and our third panelist is Mr. Sang-ho Yoon, head of Maritime Finance Division at Korea Ocean Business Corporation. Mr. Yoon began his career at HMM, where he was involved in establishing overseas subsidiaries and served as the executive director of corporate strategy. Upon the launch of KOBC in 2018, he became its first director of planning and coordination, laying the foundation for the organization's financial and operational structure. Currently, as head of the Maritime Finance Division, he leads initiatives for eco-friendly fleet transition and financing of port logistics infrastructure. Let us begin with Professor Yoon. You would like to have a comment on Professor Nomiko's presentation because you both studied at BASE. Thank you for a kind introduction. And regarding Professor Nomiko's presentation, I have a few comments and I also have some questions. First of all, so in his presentation, the freight market, so unlike market participants, unlike other market participants, it can be a great option for diversification of risk. So he mentioned liquidity. So it increases liquidity and the utilization of FFA can be more active through liquidity. And he also talked about the financialization of FFAs. And FFA can serve as an enabler for setting up a proper investment environment. And I believe that we have to take caution in some senses. So from the perspective of ship owners and cargo owners, to hedge the risk of a freight rate, they could utilize FFAs. However, going beyond that, from the perspective of investors and other sectors, maybe his message was very insightful because the FFAs might be used in other sectors' risk hedging. And I have one small question for Professor Nomikos. And my small question is that, so you calculated the churn rate, and it was different from the churn rate we use in other fields. So could you elaborate on the churn rate you mentioned in your presentation? And in Korea, utilizing derivatives is not very active in Korea for cargo owners and ship owners? And have you studied obstacles? So what makes the cargo owners and ship owners reluctant to utilize derivatives? So from my experience, sometimes the top management lacks understanding of derivatives, and there have been events related to derivatives, so there is some sort of a phobia in the market. That is the reality. And to overcome this kind of issue, what kind of suggestions can you make for the Korean market?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question, Professor Yoon. It's just to reiterate that it's a very great pleasure to be sharing the virtual podium with two fellow BASE alums covering different generations of the Center for Shipping, Trade and Finance. Thank you for the very interesting and insightful question. I will take it. I'll try to be brief in the interest of time and take it in turn. So I mentioned in my presentation the churn ratio because this is one measure of judging how successful a derivatives market is. So you're looking at the number of contracts that are traded, but ideally you would like to have more paper activity compared to what you do on the physical. So my calculation is very simple. It just considers, for instance, the number of Cape-size vessels that we have in the market at any particular point in time and compares the freight trading days that these contracts can provide relative to the to the total FFA contracts that are being traded. So for the Capes and the Panamaxes, the trading volume is greater than one. It sounds like a big enough volume, but to put that in perspective, you look at, for instance, the crude oil market, you have at any given point in time 20 or 30 times more paper crude oil compared to what you trade on the physical. And this is really how the contracts should be, what should be the expectation in terms of trading activity and volume going forward. I also take on board the comment about the obstacles for participation in the market. I think on the physical side, it's important to be mindful of the fact that right now, the FFA market is just a market for the big guys, if you like. It's a market that requires volume in terms of participation, but also it is a market that focuses more on Capes, Panamaxes, and Supramaxes. There is very little activity, at least on the dry market, yes? So there is very little activity in the other sector. But I would agree with you that there is a lot more that should be done in terms of encouraging more broad participation. I also believe that this is a market that is primarily well suited for larger owners and operators, and especially owners and operators that specialize in this particular sector. Thank you.
좀 잘 안 들리는 부분도 있는데.
So, Professor, why don't you give us a short summary?
지금 여기 앉아 있으면
So as I'm sitting here, the speaker is directed outward, so I couldn't actually hear the professor very well. So it is hard for me to summarize what he just said, because I couldn't hear his voice very well. So you heard it through interpretation, right? But I would like to follow up with my second question with the professor later, personally.
다음은
Okay, next, I would like to hand the mic to Mr. Tae Kim of Korea Development Bank. And could you please make any comments or remarks regarding Mr. Dong-hae Lee's presentation? Yes. So, Mr. Dong-hae Lee, so he talked about the Korean won denominated ship finance. I think that's a very interesting topic because, financing that has been done in USD currently, now suddenly some people may think, why do we have to do it in Korean won? But I think this is really interesting. And also, as for me, in 2017-18, I was the head of the ship finance team. I actually made attempts to do settlements in Korean won. I approved these kind of transactions. So I do believe that there is room for this market to prosper in the future, but there are challenges. So institutionally, market-wise, and structurally, there are a lot of challenges that we have to overcome to have Korean won denominated ship financing. So it's not only about the currency issue. So when we talk about this asset, we have to think about the Basel framework. And also we have to think about the value of the vessel. So everything's interrelated with each other. So in order for a financial institution to take an exposure, they have to make sure that there is certain possibility of recovery. So that is why the collateral value is important. And also, all the assets are assessed, and the P&L are also assessed. And also, the institutions have to find the hedging tools too, if they want to give lending. So there could be some additional cost if they do not use USD for the contract. That is why the financial institutions are reluctant to do Korean won denominated ship finance, and there's no policy tools or incentives in this market to support the won denominated ship finance. And actually, I would like to share an actual case that I have dealt with back in 2018. So there was a deal that I approved. So Daehan Sangsan was the ship owner, and the Korea Gas Corporation was actually the owner of the CVC. So there was two bunker vessels for this contract, and actually the settlement was actually done in Korean won, and it was worth about 62 billion won. So the ship was built in Korea. So we were able to draw this whole cash flow being settled in Korean won. And this happened in 2018 and also in 2013. Korea LNG Bunkering Limited, which is a subsidiary of Coal Gas, actually made a big order to Hyundai Heavy to build a bunkering vessel. And also about 14 billion won of subsidy was provided by the Korean government. So if the Korean government is to provide a subsidy, the settlement has to happen in Korean won. So what I want to say is that we want private banks to participate in the market. And, in Korea, we have a lot of Korean won. So there's needs and there's demand. But again, there are many critical factors that hinder this. So all the parties have to be Koreans, and also accounting, legal, structural framework need to exist as a dependency. And it's not easy to, settle all of this. And actually, I found Mr. Lee's presentation quite interesting because, so for example, if I have an asset in Korean won and I want to sell it in the USD dollar, so that is a great hedging instrument actually, and that actually was very impressive. So whether it's Korean won denominated ship finance, whatever, only policy banks were able to participate because of those challenges. And I think it is up to the multiple stakeholders to devise a way to actually make this possible. But I do believe that for the time being, only policy banks will be able to participate here. But maybe in the course, I do want to ask a question about the feasibility. So it's actually difficult to change USD with KRW right away. But then considering all the factors that I have mentioned, maybe is there a possibility to have like a dual currency USD and KRW settlement in order to mitigate some risks during the way? For example, the USD Korean won parallel loan, or maybe it could be like one facility with two currencies, or maybe we could have like a dual currency risk structure, for example. To my knowledge, Japan yen US dollar and Chinese yuan US dollar, Sing dollar US dollar, these kind of dual structures are actually being tried out in the market, to my knowledge. But now that we are in Korea, maybe we could have a Korean won plus USD dual currency deal. Maybe it's that it is a intermediary option that we could consider. What do you think about that? Thank you for your comments. When Mr. Choi from Clarkson made a presentation, I had this thought in my mind. Japan is still receiving orders for the bulk vessels, and it's quite impressive because the bulk, because most of the bulk containers actually are now taken over by China, but it's quite surprising that Japan is still taking orders for the bulk freight. And that is because Japanese yen finance is really strong, I think. So in certain cities, there are city banks that do a lot of yen-based financing. And also in the case of dry bulk, they use a standard model. So whether it's Korean won denominated ship finance, whether it's tax lease, if the Korean won denominated ship finance can settle down, I think there is room for us to kind of copy and follow what Japanese city banks are doing with their yen currency. And some industries are 100% domestic, but in case of POSCO, in case of a lot of petrochemical companies, usually half the market is domestic and half their market are global. So GS Caltex, for example, too. Whether it's FOB, the conditions will all differ, of course. But anyway, in the case of companies that do trade with multiple currencies, of course we can adopt and utilize dual currency. And all of these financing solutions can be tailor-made. And it's just a matter of how many tranches that we have. We could have dollar tranche, we have one tranche. So, it's up to us to devise all the different structures. So I think, Mr. Kim, your proposal is very valid because, going from USD to Korean won 100% in one shot could be difficult. So maybe in the meantime, we could have like 50-50 hybrid model. And also, I interviewed multiple parties as I explored this option. And I think the cargo companies, they do the settlement mostly in US dollars. and they are very mindful about the currency gains and currency losses. And the thing is that assets and debts move in the same direction. So considering the cash inflow that may come from the chartered vessels and the potential outflow, these currency movements for assets and debts tend to move in the same direction. So I think realistically, Korean won denominated ship financing is feasible. And for example, in the case of international trade, if we have to send money to SBC or whatever, well, they could always, of course, be settled and transmitted in Korean won. But what's most important is that it is important that more private banks enter this market. So KDB doing more Korean won-based ship finance, that is not the issue here. So it would be appreciated if more private banks can participate in this market. So it's very important that we have a leveled playing field so that this competition is not disadvantageous for the private banks. So we need a lot of guidance, and we need more influence from people in this room to make this happen. Thank you very much.
사실은 선박 투자
In fact, the structure of ship-related investment in the past, won and dollars constitute two tranches. However, and another example that for Japanese liners, they had a conversion option where they could convert between yen and dollars. Maybe we can study that option. And next, I'm going to invite Mr. Yoon Sang-ho, who will talk about the presentation delivered by Mr. Choi. And you can also deliver your idea on market analysis. So listening to the presentations, I felt that it is important to listen to the perspectives from different angles. So especially in case of the presentation delivered by Mr. Che. So today's theme is super uncertainty. And we have different aspects of it. And the hottest topic is USTR these days and eco-friendliness as well. So that is why the presentation was very meaningful. And in particular, so I will give you questions at the end of my discussion. But what I felt was that the finance structure was impressive. However, for the past 5 years, I thought about the flow and changes of the ship financing in Korea. I wanted to think about the changes of the past 5 years. And KOBC has built some statistics in this field, so I would like to mention that as well here. So I used to work for the liners, and what was regrettable in the past was ship financing for ship owners had a large portion of leverage. So approximately 10% was shouldered by them, and the financing was about 80 to 90%. So the leverage was very high. And that was because of the lack of capital, of course. That's why they were forced to have a higher leverage for larger scale vessels. And regulation and sanctions were in between. So that was regrettable. But for the past 5 years, the liquidity ratio was about 2.6 times improved compared to 2020. And the debt ratio was improved by 3 times. Of course, we had a COVID-19 pandemic, which was a unique situation. However, in the process, the shipping companies in Korea secured their own capital for the first time. And I could see some ideal changes from the shipping companies. So they have a higher self-equity ratio now. And the credit rating has gone up recently. And the refinancing could become another viable option for shipping companies now. And they could enjoy the existing financing mechanism at a more reasonable cost. So these are the recent changes. And we could see a higher portion of foreign financiers' participation. That means that the market size, the financing market size itself, is 20 to 30 times larger than the past. But of course, it is aligned with the delivery timeline of the major ship types. However, despite that, foreign financing companies and Chinese leasers have participated in the Korean market recently. And we experienced this, and when we consider the uncertainty and risks facing us, what is the future direction for the Korean financing market? We have to activate the won-based financing, and many other options are out there. But my keyword is cooperation and collaboration. China has a huge government support, and it is not the case for Korea, and we do not have capital like Europe. However, with the current level of capital we have, and we have an increasingly important role of KDB and public contributors. That is why we have to utilize this type of cooperation to find a greater driver for the market. And at some point, there would be a concern over an entity. And as someone said, the cooperation could be part of the evaluation index. But my idea is that except for foreign companies, the private sector's financing has gone down. That is why we need the influence of the public contributors. However, to make it more effective, we have to build a purpose-driven mechanism in the market based on our further discussion. It has been a too long discussion, so I will jump into the question. Mr. Choi, you gave great data. You have delivered great data. And the hottest topic is the USTR-related matters. An announcement and adoption and implementation of USTR. And do we have an actual example of implementing USTR measures? So can you make the answer concise? Okay, I will try my best. So after October 14th, the US-owned 4,000-ton feeder ship called a port in Ningbo port in China. So that became the first subject of USTR measure. But the ship was very small scale, so the fine was also very small. However, according to the media, it showed the actual implementation of a USTR measure, and China imposed a sanction against Hanwha Ocean. based on their policy. So in the market, I believe that there will be regular updates of increasing numbers of cases. Thank you very much for the answer.
연구본부장께 대해서는
So, Mr. Yoon-gu Chung, I have a short question. So after Basel III, Basel IV, so the commercial banks have a very small or closed financing window. But in the case of Japanese banks and European banks, they are still very, giving out a lot of loans still. This is a feedback that I got from the ship owners. So is it because the European banks are not applied by the Basel framework? Because in the case of Korea, we still use a standard approach. Whether we use IRB, I mean, what is the way? How can we weather through this Basel IV framework? Well, I only have a few minutes left, so I think there's about like 3 reasons. First of all, for some banks, they use a standard approach. So under Basel IV, standard approach has minimal or zero impact. And in the corporate side, actually, there's an upside. There are a lot of Asian banks do not follow the Basel IV framework, and even if they do, if they still use standard approach, there's no impact. So that is why they are able to give out the ship financing. And the European banks, how are they so aggressive? I think there are mainly 2 reasons. One, in case of the Basel framework, it's not a regulation, it's not binding. So it is up to the respective countries' financial institutions to interpret the framework and make them into regulations. And regarding green shipping, France is actually very proactive regarding green financing and green ship financing. So actually there is a relief condition in RWA for like eco-friendly ships. For example, if it's smart carriers, or even if it's like there is a way for them to reduce RWA calculation if it is helpful for financing the green shipping. And in the case of Netherlands, if the green shipping, so they do not allow the relief clause for green shipping unless there is evidence that the RWA will be mitigated. So that is why there is difference between France and Netherlands, for example, in terms of how aggressive the banks are in terms of ship finance. And also even within Europe, whether they would use FIRB or AIRB, the banks made different decisions. So if I choose to use FIRB, that is a more conservative view. That is why RWA calculation will be higher compared to the AIRB-based bank. And secondly, the most realistic issue or the reason is from last year to the beginning of this year, there were not many global deals. So the banks tended to bleed out in the competition to win awards. So this is actually irrelevant to the regulations or the Basel framework. It's because so that was one of the reasons why some banks were more aggressive.
당국에서 조금
And the regulatory authority in Korea should deregulate to some degree. That's your point, right? Yes. So our time is up. But still, I believe that we have to at least take one question from the audience. So do we have any question from the floor? No questions? So I believe that they are very mindful of time. So let us wrap up the presentation and discussion session. Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you very much. 2 hours are not short. However, it seemed like a very short time because it was a very dense session. And thank you, Professor Nomikus, and our on-site speakers and panelists, as well as the moderator, Mr. Jung Woo-young. Please give them another round of applause. So I couldn't hear any applause, so please give them another big round of applause. You can have a photo session here. And during the photo session, I will deliver my announcement.
So Professor, we're going to take a picture together. So you will have to pose with us. So the camera is pointing at you. So please smile. So on count of 3, 2, 1, kimchi. So smile. 네, 활짝 미소 지어주고요. So please wave at us. Please wave. That's beautiful. Thank you. So that was perfect. Thank you so much. 네, 네, 너무 고생 많으셨습니다.
Thank you very much. With this, we conclude this afternoon's marine finance session. I would like to thank all the participants to stay with us until the end. And tomorrow, right here at this venue, we will continue with the International Politics and Maritime Power session, followed by the special session hosted by the City of Busan. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.